Thank you. The House will please come to order. Chairman Burkhart, privilege of the floor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proceed with privilege of the floor. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention to the South Gallery, and with us we have Representative Stiver's lovely wife, Kim. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm up here introducing someone else's wife, and the simple reason is that today is their 29th wedding anniversary. So, and that's the reason. So
Congratulations, Stivers. Congratulations. I don't know why he didn't introduce her husband, but all right. 29 long and glorious years, my wife would say. Some of them are longer than they were glorious. All right, members, we'll come to order. We're on second reading of our budget bill, House Bill 1. I see appropriations is in the House, so they can go back to doing their gladiator work. We have another amendment, Representative Washut. House Second Reading Amendment number 4. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move House Bill 0001, Amendment 2004. Members, yesterday you may have heard me express a little frustration. And I think many of you shared in that frustration as we heard about some of our largest agencies in the state cutting no positions or virtually no positions. And then when I look at this agency that my amendment addresses, and I look at this division within that agency, and that one little division gets cut 5 positions, while some of our largest agencies cut none. And then I look at the responsibilities that we as a legislature have put upon the shoulders of this agency and this division in particular. And it's a lengthy list. You pull up their website and all the different subdivisions all the way down that side. And those divisions don't exist, or those subdivisions don't exist because they wanted to grow government. Those divisions and subdivisions exist because we forced them or ordered them to do those things. And so what this amendment does is simply ask to put back 2 positions within the division for their ongoing operations. We have whittled away at this agency for many years. Their workload has not diminished. And this is an agency that serves every county in Wyoming. So this is a place where we can make a difference for our people. When you go back and ask folks about lots of different issues in your community, one that I always hear about is crime. And I'm glad that the governor prioritized this division and tried to make as minimal a cuts as possible to the law enforcement efforts done by this division. But frankly, folks, they need our help. We put a lot on their plate. And if we want them to be responsive, to get their work done in a timely manner, to serve our people, we got to give them some resources. And these 2 positions amount to a very small fraction of our budget, and it will be a small fraction very well served. So I urge you to vote aye on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Stith, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment, the agency offered up a reduction of these 5 positions. And in those 5, 3 of them are task force officers. And according to the budget book that the agency submitted to our committee, there have been 26 task force officer positions, which is an all-time high. So 5 years ago, there were 23 positions, and the agency is proposing to reduce three of the positions to take it back to where it was 5 years ago. The agency believes it can do that. The other two positions that are being offered up by the agency for elimination are vacancies. They've been able to carry out their work without filling those vacant positions. And I commend the agency for doing that. One of them is a deputy director position. In the absence of the director, the deputy director became the director and is now a really busy person, of course. But that's one of the vacancies. So if we care about the law enforcement on the ground function, we're talking about the task force officers. And by accepting this reduction that the agency suggested, we are taking it back to where it was 5 years ago, which I believe that's adequate. So on and against the amendment.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an interesting history, but first of all, if the Attorney General believed that reducing these positions would worsen the work of DCI and put us somehow at risk, then I would respectfully say that she wouldn't have made this recommendation. And so you have to trust your agency heads on how they think and where those cuts should be. I mean, that's what their job is, and they know more about it than we do. But it's also interesting that about 8 years ago, when I first came in the legislature, I'd been in about like 2 years. There was federal dollars that came in and funded 4 additional DCI agents, and it was all federally funded. And then about 3 years ago, that federal funding went away, and they came back and asked for those 4 positions. And I stood up here and I said, we can't afford these 4 positions 4 years ago, but this body passed additional funding for those 4 positions to fund them just because they were supportive of the DCI and criminal investigation. Well, basically, this takes us back to where we were 4 years ago and removes those 4 federally funded positions that we decided, well, we had enough money, we'll keep funding them. So just a little interesting history about it, but to on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? First time amendment 2004. First time, second time before the sponsor, second time, seeing none to the sponsor, Representative Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard from the gladiators yesterday that they didn't have time to make the deep dive into some of these agencies. They didn't cut any positions. Okay. So what did they do? They took those positions from agencies that were willing to step up and say, you know what, we're facing some difficult economic times. We don't want you to cut these positions, but if you have to cut something, these are the positions that you could cut with the least impact on our agency. That doesn't mean that it's desirable. And the same way this body stood up a few years ago and said, we want to fund these positions, even though the gladiator said no. Today, I ask you to do the same thing. Fund these 2 positions. Very small investment to an agency that does tremendous work for the people of Wyoming. Vote aye.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has been defeated. So members, outside of second reading I made the comment about gladiators. You're all gladiators. So let's not refer to one committee of gladiators and the rest of you. You're all gladiators. So come do battle, come do good work. But let's refer to our appropriations committee in the appropriate way. And my apologies for starting that trend. So I take full responsibility. Next amendment for your consideration is House 2005, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd move second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. And I don't know, Mr. Speaker, about the gladiator, but the Wolverine did take cuts in positions. And I mentioned before, it's kind of was my job to look at the vacancy list. And so in this agency, I cut 2 positions, and the agency came back and said they really needed one of those 2. And so this is my attempt to right that ship and bring this position back. So On in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Any member for their first time? Chairman Zawanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I just need a little bit more than that about what the position is, what they're going to do with it, why they need it, where it goes, and I'd appreciate explanation.
Any other member for their first time? For their first time? Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to assist my good friend, the Wolverine, this position is in relationship to the cultural arts piece of the department, and it's about grants administration to ensure that the funding that's coming in from the NEA, can I say that? I just did, will be administered properly.
Thanks for checking on that, Representative Schwartz. Any other member for their first time? Member for their first time, member for their first time, second time before the sponsor, second time to the sponsor, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, on in support of the amendment, and it is a grant administrator. You gotta, if you want to put out grants, you gotta have a grant administrator. Thank you. On in support.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 5, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All the ayes, please rise. We have members right in the back of the bar, so you either be in or out of the bar. Representative Blackburn particularly, in or out of the bar, so we know where you are. Thank you. Without me. All those opposed? The motion has failed 28 to 30. Next amendment for your consideration is 0006. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move at this time, second reading amendment 006 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, this comes to you from the, technically comes to you from the Select Committee on School Facilities. And so there's a bill that's been languishing even since our virtual session that discusses doing this. But I'll read to you in statute 2115-115C, the commission shall not less than once every 4 years review and evaluate the building and facility adequacy standards established under subsection A. And so what subsection A talks about is your capacity, condition, and suitability of school buildings around the state of Wyoming. And so the select committee needed a vehicle to request these funds. So we drafted a bill, sent this bill to the legislature, and it was then assigned to a committee, and it was assigned to committee number 2. Committee number 2 took it up, and we are putting this funding in the budget, which is where it belongs appropriately. It just needed the vehicle to be requested, and that's why it is before us today. And so this study takes place every 4 years. It should have taken place last summer. It did not, because in trying to save some money, we chose to combine it with another study that will take place this coming summer, or should take place this coming summer. And these are the studies that tell us how are the school buildings in our state doing? What is needed? Are they full? Are they empty? And if we don't update this information regularly, then we end up building schools where the capacity is not needed. We end up not building schools where there is overcapacity issues. We end up not repairing major component functions such as roofs and HVAC systems and things like that in a timely manner. We also end up not removing facilities from our roles of facilities around the state. That is the purpose of these studies. They need to be updated regularly. And this is the funding to take care of that study. Now, historically, That funding would build up in an account within the school facilities budget. We'd add a little bit every couple of years, at which time, at the 4-year mark, we would spend it. Over the last few years, we've been spending that money on other projects within the budget to save money, knowing that this day was coming, and this day is here today, knowing that this study needed to be funded because statutorily it is required. And so that is what this funding requests, and I would ask for your favorable consideration and certainly answer any questions if there are any.
Members for the first time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for a no vote here. $6 million for a study. I just have yet to see any of these studies. Every time, there's been a couple times where I've been convinced to support these, and I never, ever feel that they come out anywhere near worth the funds that have been expended for them. And I mean, this last one on the different systems that agencies buy, I mean, literally it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I said, well, maybe this will save some to actually look at this. And they had like this green, red, yellow light system. And if it was green, they said fund it, red, don't, yellow, maybe. And all of them were yellow pretty much. And, you know, these studies, they just don't seem to really move the ball. I think that we can evaluate this ourselves and through the facilities division. And I don't think we need it. We should run a repealer maybe in this budget on the statutory reference. We could do that. And that would be a really great third reading amendment. And we can save the state $6 million. So I vote, no vote on the amendment. No vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown, first
Thank-
time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I got a couple or one question here, but biggest question is it says other funds. So if I can get an explanation of where the other funds are coming from, what, you know, this doesn't seem to be, or that we're putting this out of other funds. So that's number one. But number two, kind of following up on the previous speaker here, is this going to be the end of the world? We're going to see the 4 horsemen come down here and then, you know, have an apocalypse because we don't get this done? Is that ultimately what I'm hearing? Because as we discussed this in the end, or, you know, during our 8-day digital session, I think the body spoke pretty clear on it. But if I could get some understanding as to why the end of the world is coming if we don't get this, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. First time, Representative Conley, Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of the amendment. We saw this come through the Education Committee as a bill, and I voted against it because it was coming out of the general fund, and I thought that we could wait. This is money that you'll notice it comes out of S6. It's the School Capital Construction Fund. We haven't been building in the past year, and what we need to do is update the list of facilities, and facilities means not only schools, it means bus barns, it means everything that is associated with construction in each of our districts. We don't do that alone, and we don't do it because, let me tell you, I know that I would fight tooth and nail for Albany County, and I would imagine you'd fight for your own districts. Instead, we have a consultant that goes out there and uses objective criteria, puts it on a list, and then it is up to our school facilities committee as well as our division to make sure that priority list is used and it is not done by anecdotal evidence. So I'm in favor.
Thank you. Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm on the amendment, against it. My name's on here, but I think that's a mistake. So against the amendment.
Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I need some explanation because yesterday the good sponsor of this amendment told me we're $19 million underwater in the school capital construction account. So we have to backfill $19 million out of SIPA to fill the CapCon account for schools. But now we have an extra $6 million. I don't understand. So if I could get some more explanation on if we have enough money in the account, if we don't have enough money in the account, where the $6 million coming from, if we are backfilling it with $19 million to make it whole, I can't figure out where the $6 million is coming from.
Thank you. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was one of the co-sponsors, and I appreciate my good colleague over there correcting that statement. Folks, I The assessments necessary, we have it in statute, and I think the common, at least since I've been in the legislature, are we building too many schools? Are we building schools where we shouldn't build schools? Are we not building schools when we should build schools? And so there's an evaluation process. And so prior to these studies, and really prior to the funding model that we had, local communities, when they built the school, determined what the condition of the school was. But then when we get into this equity thing, every school is kind of based, and so there had to be a process that is established to determine the condition of schools for the different conditions outlined. And how often do you do that? How often do you look any other physical asset that you have over to determine whether it's time to replace it, time to rebuild it, time to do whatever? Could we do that in-house? No. The answer to that's no, not without increasing the department that oversees the construction entities in the state. It's a significant lift. And we do it periodically. I think it's every 4 years. And so then they go in and they reevaluate this. Is the number, the price right? And we put that on there. We kind of had some estimates. You'll recall that the conversation for bringing this in prior is we're trying to some degree, be discretionary, if I might say, on the amounts that would be used. And so we don't know the exact cost of the permit. We know of the evaluations, the studies, but we have done them in the past. Now, we heard some comments that, I see these studies. When you see these studies, this isn't a green, red, yellow light study. It's every building in the state and the condition that it's in, so that we can monitor and keep track and determine such things as major maintenance. Why is that important? Because it's better to take care of it on major maintenance dollars, which are less, than allowing it to go to a capital construction, which is more costly and costs the state more. So all in all, it's a preservation attempt to make sure that we're keeping our buildings in the best condition, which, as we pointed out several times, if you go back historically, we've not done the best job at it since we started building these schools at the pace we are. We've really tried to implement this process, and I would really encourage you to support the amendment so that we can keep up on pay me now or pay me later.
Thank you. Representative Ottman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say that my good colleague from Fremont County is very experienced with the capital construction and school facilities. But one thing that I've noticed in the last few months is that visiting some facilities is that it really, I don't believe, is the best time. They are at a place right now where they are figuring with ADM and different things how much square footage they need to get rid of. One of the schools in particular said, well, we're going to tear down this building and that'll take 40,000 square foot out of 40,000 square feet out of that, but we still have to come up with another 160,000 square feet of building that we have too much of. So what does that mean? With the students that are out of school, homeschooling, not in school till they figure out if there's going to be different schooling opportunities, I don't think this is the best time. One of our new schools, which is a beautiful school and very large, can hold quite a few hundred children, has children, 3, 4, 7, 8 children in different rooms just to space them out, and the school's filled with just 3, 4, 7 kids in each room. So I don't believe this probably is the best time to look at what is needed and what isn't needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nyman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I sat through the Education Committee meeting discussion when we looked at this bill, the question was asked is what was the last cost to the state when they did this evaluation 4 years ago? And the figure that I recall, and I checked a couple other of my members, and they believe that that figure was saying was $2.1 million. So in 4 years, we're going to triple the amount it costs to go back and check our facilities out. That tells me that we are probably paying a little bit more than what we really should. Not saying that we shouldn't definitely look after our equipment and to make sure that it's maintained and taken care of, but I believe $6 million is entirely too high of a figure because they were also trying to decide suitability. And they couldn't come up with really how to determine that. So there were a lot of variables at that time, and that was the reason in large part, why this didn't make it out of committee. Thank you. On and against the amendment.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to address the good representative from up in the northeast corner of the state, it was 5 years ago that we did the last review, and it cost $3.5 million to do that project. And we didn't do suitability when we did that project. So that's a whole new component to it. Basically, we took estimates from consultants to come up with this figure. It may be, we hope it's high, but we have to put sufficient dollars in there to fund it. We have a statutory obligation to fund it. And we use this information to move forward on how we operate and fund our education model, and what we do next. And we created the law that directs us to do this. So by denying this, we're telling ourselves we're not going to follow our own laws. So perhaps we ought to bring a law amendment to the statute if we really don't want to fund what we tell ourselves to do and what our legal responsibilities are. So on in favor of the amendment. Against the amendment, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question for the sponsors of the amendment. I just wonder if this might go outside of the bounds of the budget, if this is beyond ordinary expenses. We've heard a lot of discussion about bills and things like that. So if you could just address that, thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their first time? Member for their first time? Member for their second time? Second time, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the other thing I'm going to say, and I remember this coming through the committee, through the Education Committee for a bill. And one of my bigger concerns about this, I actually don't have a problem in principle with us studying the buildings. I think we should have a good baseline and understanding where this is at. What I actually have a problem with is the state's going to spend $6 million with this budget amendment and or the bill that's coming out. And then my school district in this city will do a similar subject study that if they don't agree with the study that the state funds, they'll go out and they'll go hire another $1.5 million study to get what they want out of this. And then they'll use it to fight the State School Facilities Commission. And so I really have a problem with the fact that we're going to have this money spent here. And then in essence, it is state money that's being spent on the back end from the local school districts. And I guarantee my school district's not the only one that's doing this. So, I think maybe I'd be more inclined to something like this if we had this maybe edited in the bill that's coming forward that just says that school districts need to abide by this as opposed to worrying about going out and finding their own studies. Because again, I do think that we need to have a good baseline and good understanding of our school districts and our school buildings. But going back and forth with, well, my study says this and your study says that, it just doesn't do the state any good and it's an extra cost of money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Second time to the sponsor, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate all the good discussion here this afternoon. I'd offer that this isn't a study to just discover what we might have out around the state. This is a review and evaluation of the needs and the condition and the capacity and the suitability of what we have out around the state. Over 25 million square feet. If you multiply that by a couple $100 a square feet, we're nearing $5 billion worth of asset. And we want to make sure we preserve it well. And if we don't review these items on a regular basis, then we end up spending money on things that may not be needed and not spending money where it is needed. Is this an increase over the last study? Yes, it is an increase over the last one. And the reason being is we're adding a little bit of inflation and an entirely new component of suitability. Suitability has been worked on over the last 2 years by the committee, And it has been identified how to subjectively or objectively, excuse me, evaluate what is suitability within these schools. And it's a prepared, they're ready to go do it. Now we just have to fund it. As to the question about schools being, and this expense being in the budget, it's been determined by the courts as well as through other opinions that school funding is considered part of the ordinary expense of government. That's why this section is in our existing budget that we're operating under today. School district studies was a question that was asked. I can't address why a school district wants to spend its own money to contradict or to do something outside of what the state has provided. The state is providing good information, equal information to every district. Every district is evaluated on a same level playing field. Why a district wants to go out and do something different, I can't address that. It does seem slightly wasteful, but each district is controlled by their own local board, and they get to make the decisions how they spend their money. Again, I'd encourage your support. This is a statutorily required review of our facilities around the state. We haven't done it in 5 years. It is required every, not less than 4. And so it's time to fund it, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 6, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? I'm guessing more than 22. The amendment has failed. Next amendment for consideration is number 7. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 7 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this amendment does is reinstates the stricken language. If you look on page 35 and 36 of the budget bill, you can read all of that language. This was put in there during the budget in order to direct the Geologic Survey to go look for some of those minerals that in the future will become extremely valuable economically to Wyoming. Excuse me. Those minerals, believe it or not, we don't know if we have many or not. And some of these really are valuable. Vanadium, for example, will probably be eventually a replacement for ion batteries. We know we have some lithium deposits, and one of the largest vehicle manufacturers in the world, excuse me, is buying up land in another Western state that has lithium on it so that they'll have a supply for their batteries. So it reinstates that language. Excuse me, I apologize. Additionally, in amendment in footnote number 2, we had given the agency money for a 1-to-9 match with a federal agency to do mineral mapping in the mountains to the west of us here, and actually to the northwest of us also. It also adds in hydrogen, which will probably become an important material due to the fact that hydrogen fuel cells will probably make electric vehicles much more economical, longer range, and that sort of thing. The amendment also extends out for one more biennium this appropriation, mainly due to the fact that in giving up the appropriation early on with the reductions in the state budget, the agency could not do any of the assigned work this past year and will need some additional time. And it reinstates an individual to oversee or perform this work. And with that, I would be glad to answer questions.
Any member for their first time on amendment 2007. First time on the amendment, second time before the sponsor, seeing none. All those in favor, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 7. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. And we're just going to call the roll and we'll know for sure. 'Cause it requires a roll call, so we'll just call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Fair. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Aye. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Oakley excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Nyman, aye to no. Burt, aye to no. Provenza, aye to no. Clifford, aye to no. Connolly, aye to no. Further changes? Greer, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 31 aye, 28 no, 1 excused.
House 2006 is adopted, and that is why we take roll calls. Next vote for our next amendment for our consideration is House 2029. Is that correct? 2029, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment 29 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. So this amendment's pretty simple, and every time I bring it, I think of the previous representative from House District 59, because he brought this to my attention 4 years ago, and it's been a long journey, and I think it'll culminate here today with a good acceptance of this amendment. And that's to sell the 2 citation jets that our state owns. And it's just not necessary. It's an enormous expense on these jets. And I don't think we need them. The chief executive was not doing a lot of traveling this last year. He's still not doing much traveling. And I think that, we have a beautiful state, so let's drive it when executive agencies need to go to a meeting or something, and rather than, having them kind of fly over us, the citizenry. And I just think that's consistent with the way we do business in our state. So I'd urge an aye vote on this amendment to sell these two jets. We've got a lot of reductions in here, and I think that this is kind of the right sizing of Wyoming state government that we need. So urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Simpson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 Cessna jet airplanes. That sounds pretty expensive to me. Why would we want to retain these 2 airplanes?
by the way, I'm speaking on and against the amendment because I'm going to submit to you that this isn't about the airplanes. This is about time. I want you to think about our top 5 elected officials. They've been in your communities. They have exhaustive work. Even our department heads, as you get to know those department heads, they spend a phenomenal amount of their lives participating around the state. There's activities everywhere. We all want the chief executive to come to our important event. When a department head visits my community, they typically bring with them 4 or 5 of their officials with them, and they meet with the local offices. They do a lot of work and they're able to go home. It would literally take 3 days journey to get to my part of the state against the Iowa border. 3 days, 1 day to go there, 1 day to meet with the people, and another day to come home. I want you to think about the wasted time and money, this windshield time. As a consultant, we always consider windshield time. That is such a waste of money. We're not benefiting the client. We're not benefiting anywhere. We're just standing there driving, trying to count antelope on the side of the road. That's a lot of wasted time. If our capital was in Casper, you know, that one with the number 1 on the license plate, I would think we wouldn't need airplanes because then they could disseminate to locations reasonably. But I've got to tell you, if you're 200 miles from Cheyenne, if that's where you live, 200 miles, you will never see another elected official in your days because they just cannot afford to go spend 2 or 3 days to travel windshield time. I think these jets are very important to our people. Let's give the chief executive and the people that are really dedicating their lives, let's give them a break and allow them to quickly get to meetings. There are many times that the chief executives come to my community for an event and he's already scheduled 2 other events later in the day in your communities. And this allows them to be able to be that flexible. I encourage you to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And on and against the amendment. I think I have to come up here about every year and tell this story. Maybe it's not worth telling, but you know, I've served on, before I got in the legislature, I've served on boards and task forces. And at times, the only way they could collect everybody from all corners of the state for citizens to serve on these task forces was to fly them in and to gather everybody up to go to the meetings. And you get in these far reaches of the state and it is difficult to get there and it's time consuming and this saves lives. People can have accidents on our highways. And it's really, these are old airplanes and someday, yeah, we will get rid of them, but I don't think it should be today. So on and against the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am on and for this amendment. I've done a little bit of research, what it costs to maintain these planes and what it costs to operate. And you can see it in the budget yourself. But I could call a charter company just south of the border here, and I can get a Gulfstream that holds 14 people for about $12,000 for the day. So for those days that we do need to transport people around the state, we could hire a chartered jet for a day and eliminate the cost to have the maintenance and upkeep on these 2 jets. So I am for this amendment. I think it's an opportunity to show our constituents we're serious about being fiscally responsive. Thank you.
Representative Hunt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment as well. Just briefly, I did some quick research and to get to the good representative's home in District 23, 6 hours, 51 minutes. This is drive time. To get to the home of the good representative in District 25, 6 hours and 15 minutes. And to get to the home of the good representative in District 29 is 4 hours and 44 minutes, as I'm sure they all know all too well in making the commute back and forth during our time in session. And I'm assuming, going by what I learned online, that that's in good weather. So just to reiterate what a couple of other folks have said, um, the folks who travel on these planes are not living in the lap of luxury. This isn't about luxury. This isn't about being, exuberant. It's about practicality. And when we're talking about the chief executive in particular, more often than not, they have to travel with a security detail. They have to travel with a few other folks. And so it's not just the individual, the elected official who's traveling. It's something of a retinue. And so, I think that in the long run, we also need to ask ourselves, how much, if this were to go through, how much does this actually save us? Because how much are we going to increase our costs through hotel rooms for, again, probably multiple people in most cases and things like that? So on the surface, does it look good to say, yeah, we need to get rid of these planes and cut back? Maybe, but in reality, I just don't think that it has that big of an impact. And again, the size of our state, as broadly as we're spread out, these, quite frankly, are a necessity. So on and against, thank you.
Thank you. My assumption with those driving times is you were obeying the speed limit. Representative Jennings, first time.
On and for this amendment. I heard this one go back and forth several times, and the optics of it is that to our people, here we are in a budget crunch, and there's other options. Most other states do that. And I was thinking about why we would want to do this, and I was thinking about the windshield time, and I was thinking after we passed the roadkill bill, there could be some savings had here. So on and in favor of the budget amendment.
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. We hear this attempt or amendment in the budget bill about every year that we think that there's some kind of foul or some sort of change that we need to take place in that. But I would just agree with the good representative from the Valley of the Stars that the ability to get our elected officials and our agency heads out into the state and meet with the citizens is a big dang deal. If the citizens of this state haven't met our chief executive officer, it's their own fault because they really make an effort to go out and do that. But there's a practical sense. I served on a task force with the good chairman of appropriations when we was looking at the state health facilities and in questioning how those facilities ought to be designed and some things, getting the agency heads and those of us that were working in the private sector together to go up and to look at a facility in the Treasure State and to go up and look at a facility in the state where the Beavers live. The first trip would have taken us 3 days. The next trip would have taken us the better part of a week for what we done. The first trip, they were able to stop by and start here, pick me up, pick a guy up in the Valley of the Stars, go up to the Treasure State, look at that facility, see what went wrong, and thank heavens we did because we was headed down that path, and get home and be back in the same day. Saved me a ton. I mean, when we talk about the service that we participate, but these are the other exercises that these jets serve. We also have in the use of these jets is our citizen board that looks at the parole of our inmates. And one of the things that Wyoming really gets high marks for is that the parole board meets in person at each facility with the people that are incarcerated. And these jets allow them to do that. And I just think that they serve their purpose and they serve the citizens of the state very well. I would encourage you to defeat this amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, what agency uses these planes the most? White Ops. Bar none. They use it probably 60 or 70% of the flight time of these. And they're going to and from work and the multiple projects all around the state. And I didn't know that till you start delving into this, because lo and behold, about 8 years ago, I brought this amendment to get rid of one of the planes. And because I had the same feeling about it. I'm going, come on, why do we have airplanes like this? But then you get into it and you start doing the analysis. It costs about $1,200 an hour to fly one of these things. Typically, they always fill up the plane whenever possible. They hold about 8 people, but so they always try to fill it up to make sure that they're doing the right thing and using the biggest bang for the buck. And by the way, they charge that of that 1,200. The agencies charge that back to say to the budget, the travel budget of the, whether it's a superintendent of public instruction or the governor, whomever it is, so to help fund these and pay for the planes themselves. So it comes out of the travel budgets for their costs. So if you have 8 people and you just say you go from here to Gillette, you know, that's a 4 to 4.5 hour drive there and back, which means you can't do it in a one-day trip typically if you're doing any type of work at all and working for more than 3 or 4 hours. So if you take that times 2 and you take, and if those people are only getting paid $20 an hour, that would cost over $5,000 for the trip to go up and back. And that doesn't include the overnight funds of the, for them when staying in motels. So when you start racking up the numbers, it starts making more and more sense. And then, plus that doesn't take into consideration of time. But who else has airplanes around us? You know that Alaska has 40 airplanes. Arizona has 8. Colorado has 5. Montana has 26. Nebraska 3. North Dakota 8. So it's not an uncommon thing, and because everyone has learned that for the value of time and money, it's a good proposition. So on and against.
Thank you. Any other member, Representative Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple questions. One is, our pilot, are they dual duty as in mechanic and pilot? Can they perform both of those things? Also, the question about, here we are going into a redistricting year, and the ability of being able, and what's the cost for the number of committee members, the time, the per diem, and the cost of having to travel amongst all of the communities to be able to do that redistricting, and of that travel and driving versus being able to possibly be able to use the airplane. And so that kind of a cost versus driving.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in support of this amendment. One of the things that's not been mentioned, you know, we just went through a very unique session where the first 8 days of our session was done through Zoom. We haven't talked at all about that. And I do believe that our executive offices and a lot of these boards can take advantage of the fact that our world changed, whether we want to admit it or not. But with the advent of this pandemic, we now have Zoom that is a very common practice. And I do think we need to look hard at this, because I think that the opportunity is there for this state to save some money. Whether we sell the jets, I think this changes the whole dynamics. We can be a lot quicker on that electronic device travel in this state than we are even in those jets. We took advantage of that and we saved money by having this body participate via Zoom rather than have everybody driving back and forth. I do think, just like I would argue that we need to assemble as a body, we can't totally replace the need for meetings, but I do think that we have changed the dynamic on how often we need to meet and whether or not we need to meet all the time in person. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question, and I should probably know this being on the particular committee that I am.
And these obviously were purchased well before I became part of the body. I guess two questions. One, where did the money come from to purchase these two? Was it state funds, federal funds? If we sell these aircraft, do we get that money back or do they go back? So if it's federal funds, do we get that money back? Or does it go back to the federal side of it, or do we keep that as a state? Message sent out to the director of the of particular agency. Haven't heard back from it. So if someone has that answer, help me out. Thanks.
Thank you. Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. When I think about government efficiencies, I align it with business efficiencies. And I think about the fact that my dad had a 1948 PA-11 that it's still flying today. And most airplanes, when maintained, they will fly indefinitely. Replacement costs, I dare say we couldn't replace these planes. Not only are they flying our chief executive and staff, but they're also flying our citizens who serve on boards, who donate their time, who are pulled from their businesses to serve the state of Wyoming. I'd urge your no vote.
Any other member for their first time? First time. Representative Williams. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the on and for are in favor of the amendment. And question for the bringer of the amendment is how many other states have jets? Not airplanes, but or propeller planes, but jets.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time to second time? Any member for their second time? Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've probably gone through the issues. I just wanted to make one point. I think we would be having a completely different discussion today if this was a proposal to purchase a brand new $20 million jet. We own these two jets. We're utilizing them. They're productive. I think it's a wise use of our resources to retain them. And I recommend a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any other member for their second time before the sponsor, second time before the sponsor. To the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in response to the question from the member from District 50, there are 0 states that have state jets. And, note on the comparison that they didn't mention South Dakota, which, we have an amendment a moment from now where, I think the comparison should be with the state like South Dakota. Let's not compare ourselves to the bottom of the barrel, California, that kind of thing. Let's compare ourselves to the top. And so I think it's time now for us to do this. I mean, I think there's been a lot of virtual meetings. There is certainly a place for in-person element. There's no question about that. But having 2 crews, that was the one other question. Having 2 crews continuously managing these jets is very expensive, very expensive. There's enormous savings on this. And I just think it's also sends a good message to our state that we're belt tightening throughout the administration and government during these difficult budgetary times. Thank you. I'd urge an aye vote.
Thank you, members. We're voting on second reading amendment number 29. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has failed. All those in favor, please rise. Either standing still or seated, please. All those opposed to the amendment? I'm going to guess more than 18. Amendment has been defeated. Next amendment for our consideration is Amendment 37. Representative Gray. And members, I need to announce that earlier, I announced that the incorrect amendment was adopted. House 2007 was adopted. House 2006 had previously failed, so my apologies. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 37 to House Bill 1.
Thank you. Do you want to divide that amendment while you're withdrawing it? Okay, thank you, Representative Gray. The next amendment is Chief Clerk, on my list, it has 8. Is it 38? Just a moment. Okay, 38. Representative Gray, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 38 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. So over the last year, it's just been a very disturbing pattern, what has transpired over the last year, the shutdowns, the masking, the fear, and it's done tremendous damage, I think, to our state, to our economy, to the psyche of that has been put out there over the last year. Is just entirely different from what I grew up with in the early 2000s and the late 90s, the dynamism of that period. And, I've been studying a lot, decline of different countries, UK and especially the UK. And one of the things that is indicative of a decline of a country is not having fear over every part of your life. And that's, I think, consistent with the approach that the chief executive has taken over the last year on this very serious issue. And you look to the state immediately to our east, South Dakota, where you have leadership, just a really brilliant, dynamic person, and who has gone the different route and become a huge light in our country by going against what was politically correct or the media was pushing. And that I wish that opportunity had been taken here by the chief executive here in Wyoming and by the state health officer. And that didn't happen. So what this amendment does is it creates a procedure for the current state health officer to be dismissed for a 3-month period. And right now we have a bill that's coming through that would allow for Senate confirmation of a new state health officer, but you can't grandfather in the previous one. So what would happen is there would be a dismissal, and then with the Senate confirmation, there would be a new appointment. And at that point, it would have to achieve Senate confirmation. So you would have that link to the citizenry of the state of Wyoming through their elected officials in this appointment, because the way the statute was written previously, the state health officer was appointed by the director of the Department of Health. And it's not even clear whether the state health officer can currently be dismissed by the governor. And all of these, overnight, the state health officer became the most powerful person in our state. So what this bill does is it has a procedure for the state legislature to exhibit that oversight over the state health officer in tandem with the statutory change that should pass. So it creates a dismissal process. It requires the dismissal of the current state health officer. It uses the 3 months of savings to pay for portions of the Department of Health reductions, which we're going to talk about in a moment, have been quite critical. But I think if we're going to restore them, we should find pay-fors for other parts of state government. So they'll use the savings over that 3 months to pay for portions of the reductions in the Department of Health, or at least the director has the discretion to do that. During that time, the director will have these duties. Of course, the director could be dismissed by the governor. And then we'll have a process with that new statute that is consistent with our constitutional republic, where these decisions are going through elected officials that are accountable to the citizens of the state of Wyoming. And we will have that process for a confirmation of a a new state health officer. So I asked for an aye vote on this amendment. It's a very serious issue, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the representative from the middle of the state. I think it's important to call for a recorded vote on that particular issue.
Thank you. Representative Larson. So when we get through the end of the motion, if you want to have a recorded vote, we'll take care of that. Representative Larson, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, this is probably one of the most troubling amendments that I've seen in a budget bill since I've been in the session. That it really just looks to be vindictive on an individual who's trying to do their job. And my point on this is if you were hired to be the public health, the state health officer, you're going to do what you feel is best. Now, that may not please everybody, but what we're saying is because you've done what you felt was best, and frankly, Mr. Chairman, I think this individual, as well as our chief executive officer in this whole process, whether we agree with all the decisions they made or not, didn't have a blade of grass to hide under. And they sat there and they took a barrage from members of this body, from members of the public on a daily basis about what idiots they were, and then how great they were, and then how, and they just stood there in the winds of all that opposition and done what they felt was the right thing to do. And so when we hire a state employee, I mean, do we want to do the same for every state employee that we have there, be able to come in and say, we don't like the way you patch the highway between my town and my neighbor's town, so we're going to dismiss you for a quarter and take that money and put it someplace else? I'll calm down, but I would strongly encourage you to vote against this. This is not the way we do business in Wyoming, to take somebody that's been hired by a department, and if we want to take some other means, if we want to take other means to rectify the problem, if we want to correct statutes that govern what these people do in their job, that's fine. We can have that deal. But I think that this is a misguided amendment, and I would encourage you to vote it down.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You might imagine that I have about an hour worth of thoughts in my head that I won't share. I will just say, actually, my first thought was that surely this amendment will be withdrawn because it's hilarious. I guess not. It must have been serious. I'm just going to offer a few thoughts. If you're interested, I have about a 5-page article that was written in about 1907 that explains the history of the state health officer position. It's quite interesting. There was a statewide cholera epidemic, and the doctors across the state said, "Oh, we didn't have anybody statewide to organize our defenses against this." I mean, it was really quite. If you like history, it's very interesting, and that was the genesis of it. So, just following on after the previous speaker, we have statute, and the state health officer is doing what is in statute. If you don't like the statute, that's what we're here for, to change it. But to fire a person, and frankly, right here in the middle of the amendment, it says that the director is to take over the job. Well, by statute, the function of this position has to be licensed as a physician. Okay, so I mean that you can't, the director can't even do that person's job. But I have to just say, I'll just let about 10 words slide out. You know, this kind of reminds me of when you're walking in the dark and you bump your toe on the end of the bed and you're mad. So you kick the bed, right? That makes it better. I'm sorry, this doesn't make it better. Vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against this amendment. I, like the two previous speakers, I find this amendment troublesome. The Constitution has 3 legs on the stool, right? you have your judicial branch, your legislative branch, and your administrative branch. We make the laws. We do not hire and fire bureaucrats. That is the administrator's job. This is, in my mind, unconstitutional. And it's just wrong. It's just the wrong thing to do. On and against.
Thank you. Representative Homero Martinez, are you coming to the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. On and against the amendment. I heard a lot of this conversation in the last couple years. I'm going to save my 24 hours worth of comments, and I'm just going to say on it. I will say this. On the Labor Health Committee, I have received nothing but good input from this leader. And like it or don't like it, I'll just say on and against. Thank you.
All right, members, so let's make sure we're staying on the topic. We're not bringing in personalities or individuals or motivations, et cetera. We had several maybe comments that were uncalled for. So Chairman Harshman, with caution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, I think it doesn't belong in the budget, number one. Bring a bill. I think it's kind of the old 90-10 rule. I always call it. My wife, if she focused on the 10% of what I do, we wouldn't be married very long. It's hard, I think, and I think it's easy to be critical of a leader when we're not one. I've never been the governor. None of us in here have. I don't think any of us realize, none of us have walked in his shoes. I mean, if we're going to be like that state, South Dakota, I mean, we'd have twice as many people in this state dead. If we were like South Dakota and matched their death rate, we'd have twice as many deaths in this state. Do I agree with everything happened? No. Have any of us ever lived through a pandemic? No. Have we tried to do our best? Probably what we thought was best for Wyoming? Yes, I think so. I spent a lot of my life the last 8 months working on this. All of you have who've come back. Certainly we've made mistakes, but you give each other a little grace, keep working forward. We're coming out of this. If we're going to be like South Dakota, shoot, where there's a bill coming, they tax 152 services. We tax 66. Let's be like South Dakota. We'll solve our budget crisis. And let's talk about our budget crisis, Mr. Speaker. So I think, just my little league math in my head, we're going to probably grow the LSRA by 180 million when we leave town. Got 17 million in the general fund. We got 128 million of OPSTA money. And we fully filled up now the old statutory reserve, like 112 million. And so here we are, racing to the bottom, all these amendments, cut. Do this, do that. It's like the good representative from Casper said the other day, we're a wealthy state. We're going to become what we say we are. Quit talking ourselves down. We've worked our tails off. We've lost people. We lost a member of this body. Let's back off each other a little bit. Give each other a little grace. Move this state forward. Lead. Have a vision. Where are we going? The future is bright in this state. On and against. Thank you.
Members, for the first time, Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. I get the sentiment of the good winger of the amendment. I really do. And I think that all of us across the state have heard a lot from our constituents on this broader issue in this past year. I haven't liked a lot of what I've seen. I don't think any of us have, and it doesn't matter what party we belong to, where we live. This past year has been unprecedented, and it has been very difficult. But I'm reminded that when we had our special session last May, there was this issue in a way was sort of touched upon during that meeting. And at that time, I said that. I said, this has not been easy for anyone. There have been a lot of strained feelings through this past year. And I'll tell you, my constituents are mad. They've been mad for months. But that being said, I think to personalize this against a single individual who, as has been said, was simply doing their job is the absolute wrong way to go about this. Now, outside of this, do you want to have an argument about were they doing their job well? Were they doing their job poorly? Discussion for another day. But the fact is that they have been hired, they have been appointed to do the best that they know how to do because they are, by their credentials, an expert on this situation. And I would suspect that most of us in this body, maybe not everybody, most of us in this body prior to about a year ago, literally probably didn't know this person's name. I admit that I didn't, but, and I don't mean to belabor this, Mr. Speaker, but I just, and you can tell I'm a little emotional here because I have many mixed feelings again about the broader issue. But I would remind the body that there are several bills being brought to address many of the concerns that we've had concerning how the actions of this person and the executive in general have impacted our daily lives, have impacted our businesses, have impacted our finances, have impacted the future of this state. And that being said, I urge, strongly that we bring as many of those bills forward to have as broad of a discussion as possible, but I digress. So, again, I just want to make myself clear. I understand the sentiment of frustration and anger that is out there, but I think that in this amendment, it is misdirected and it is misguided, and we need to vote it down before we cause more damage to the executive and more damage to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jennings, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On for the amendment. And actually, I agree quite a lot with the previous speaker. I think we're going to see bills come and address this, and I think that's right and proper. And I think we're going to have an opportunity to do this, but I want to push back just a little bit. The decision that this person made is not on the same level as someone that fixed a pothole in your road. It's a different issue. This person made a decision and people's livelihoods were shut down. People lost their businesses that they put their entire lifetime into. You're gonna vote your conscience on this. I get it. I don't know if this will make it, but I think this is the place. We all just spent months out there listening to our constituents. And I don't see that it's wrong for us to discuss this. It's maybe there'll be a better venue. I hope so. What if there's not? I guess would be one question I would have. But I look at this and I think, wait, an unelected official made decisions and people in my community lost their businesses. There's a lot of consequences that came to that with an unelected official, and the people in my constituency, lots of them. Sure, there's people that would stand up and say the same thing we've heard here 4 or 5 previous speakers. But there's, at least the ones that I'm hearing, there's a lot more that maybe take a little bit more radical point of view. So I think on and for this, I think we should do what we've done. We should be discussing this. These decisions have consequences, and for an unelected official to make a decision that, I mean, I can carry that a lot further. A lot of you, we'd take that all the way to the top, the federal level. But I think that this was a decision that was made, and maybe this is a part of the consequence to that decision. Over the top, probably not. fixed in a bill, hopefully. This is just one step in this. So I'd be an aye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time. Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was born here, raised here, lived here, fought for this country. This is not Wyoming. I'm against this amendment, anything like it. You want to talk about legislation that's like this one? You know where my vote's going to be. It's going to be for the people of Wyoming. And, you know, we've all come through a pretty hard period. So I agree with the speaker who said, let's give each other a little grace. No, we're not perfect. None of us are perfect, right? I vote against this. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, in World War II, we had roughly 405,000 deaths. In the course of the last year, the United States has had almost over 600,000 deaths from COVID. So on and against.
Members for the first time, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a lot of the frustration with this amendment comes with the discussion. And I guess I would just like to point out, as someone who's had experience with, I guess, the other branch of government, and as someone who's duly elected, we really just have very few avenues of recourse other than, you know, protesting and marching and bringing amendments to the budget. So on and for it. Thank you.
Any other member for the first time, second time before the sponsor? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I think some of the comments about intent and vindictiveness and et cetera are unfortunate. Certainly the intent is not in any way to do that, but these are decisions that affect people's livelihoods, and everybody gets offended by different things. I was offended by 16.5 million on unnecessary building projects when we have a $700 million deficit in K through 12 education. I was offended by that the other day, but I didn't get up here and, you know, I kept it on the issue. And so I think that it's important to keep this on the issue because that's what it's about. But people get offended by different things. And look, this isn't about a specific person, but it is about the decision-making process. And the reality is, when you look moving forward in these bills that have come through, they don't complete the process of having the citizens involved in these discussions. What happened where overnight you had an unelected official making these decisions, it is inconsistent with a constitutional republic. It is totally inconsistent. This isn't China. It's not a thing where you're going to have an unelected technocrat or whatever you want to call them deciding every element of a people's lives. That is not consistent with our constitutional republic, and we have to fix it. And what isn't going to be fixed by these bills is these bills are going to have Senate confirmation and an order review process, but things like the school advisory portion of the state health officer's job, that hasn't been undone yet. So, you know, this other order is coming off next week. That order is going to remain in place, a situation where you're really scarring children with the approach the last year, and that's going to continue. And all I'm saying with this amendment is, look, let's take a pause, take a deep breath, and then when we pass the confirmation, hopefully we do, then let's confirm the new person. Or if he wants to appoint the previous person, he can do that. And then it comes through a process consistent with our constitutional republic and a process where our citizens have a voice. So again, this is not about any particular personality, but it is about the issues. And I'm an issues-based person. And I just am not happy with what has happened the last year. I think it was an approach that has caused tremendous damage to our state, tremendous damage to our country. And we need to correct it. And I think that the bills do some things, but this does something a little bit different. And so, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Members, there has been a request for a roll call vote on this. Representative Fortner and Jennings, is that correct? Two members have called for that. We'll roll 12-4. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stybar. Sweeney. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Sweeney. Excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 12 aye, 47 no, 1 excused.
Thank you, Chief Clerk. Amendment 2038 has failed. Next amendment for our consideration is 2008. Madam Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 8 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Friends, looking at this amendment, it's not intuitive, so let me explain it to you. When we went over the budget on Monday, and we got to the end of the day and we got to the Department of Health, I remember the good chair of the Labor Health Committee standing up and asking us to really pay attention, because $1.8 billion, about half of our budget goes to the Department of Health. And it isn't about people in the Department of Health. It's about grants. It is about grants that get sent out to every one of our communities. We spent a lot of time talking about behavioral health and aging and about the importance of those things, and how she pointed out to us that these were people, and that these were people that were going to be impacted, negatively impacted by the cuts, and that she wished that we would pay attention. And I sat there thinking to myself, all right, every person in this room, when we had the discussion, and we spent 2 hours talking about the House Bill 38, the Priority Populations Bill. Remember that one? Right. We passed that out of here, right? Not one person stood up and said, you know what? We don't really need community behavioral health. We don't really need to be taking care of mental health issues or suicide or substance abuse. Not one person stood up and said that. But what we have in front of us is a budget that cuts funding to those programs, cuts funding right now. So I thought to myself, what can we do about it? And I know I have a bill coming up tomorrow in the Revenue Committee, right? House Bill 168. House Bill 168 expands our sales and use tax base. We just heard about it a little bit in the last debate. It expands it to services that right now aren't taxed. tax to that state to the to the north that we just heard about. But that bill right there gets us $100 million. The needs for behavioral health and education, $25 million. Right? A quarter of the money could go to backfill right there, a quarter of the money to the general fund, and half of the money goes to your locals. That's what this amendment does. It identifies kind of a need that we all agree needs to be filled in terms of behavioral health and aging, and gives us a way to fund it by simply expanding our tax base. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members for their first time, Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll apologize ahead of time. We're in agency 048 and I'll be talking on a number of these and apologize for that. Members, I'd encourage you to vote against this amendment. I'm not necessarily opposed to the House Bill 168, but generally when any revenue comes in, it goes to the general fund, and then we have a determination how we're going to appropriate it. We kind of directing it directly. A lot of times we refer to it as earmarking. We've done away with that a number of years ago to allow this body to determine on how it would go. So based on that, I just encourage a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, I think we all agree that there's a gap that's unfunded in this area. I've been spending a lot of time in my district and in the district to the south of me, and my constituents need the help. I'm pretty sure that's true about other constituents. On and for the amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time. First time, seeing none. Second time before the sponsor. Second time to the sponsor. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just give you a couple pieces of data. Agricultural services, we have $344 million a year, right, in potential taxable income. State general revenue for $7 million. Personal services, $262 million. We have the potential for $75 million in state general revenue for expansion to services. That money does get put into the general fund. What I'm saying is we can pay for the behavioral health services and aging that have been cut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on second reading number 8, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has been defeated. Next amendment, House is 2030, House 2030. Representative Hallinan. This is the first 2-page amendment, and we're not quite halfway through. Representative Hallinan, take us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can remember a day in the last joint committee meeting of the Health and Labor Committee about 8 months ago. And at that time, we saw for the first time the step 3 cuts that were recommended for enactment in the health department. And I said at that meeting that these cannot stand. I said that we should send a letter to the Joint Appropriations Committee saying that we opposed those steps. And it turns out that the Joint Appropriations Committee at least is looking at that issue now. I'm going on the basis of representative from District 54. He has some amendments on this issue. And I would like to go over those with you for a little bit that relate to this amendment. And I move second reading amendment to House Bill 1, number, what is it, number 30? I move that now. The parts of this bill have to do with the developmental disability waivers and the comprehensive waivers that are in the health department and the cuts that were made to those areas. Step 2 was on the developmental disability waiver participant individualized budget IBA based on the assessed level of service on the comprehensive waiver. That was about $1.8 million. That was a cut. Step 2. Then on step 3, the next item on that list, it freezes funding from DD waiver wait list entirely. No individual would be placed on comprehensive or support waivers during the biennium. That was about $840,000. The next item on that list was to eliminate services offered in the comprehensive and supports waiver programs, also offered through the Medicaid state plan. The services that will be eliminated are dietitian, occupational therapy, physical therapy, skilled nursing, and speech therapy. That came to $967,000. The next item on that list was to freeze request for increased funding for individual budget amounts, IBA, through the Extraordinary Care Committee for the supports and comprehensive waivers. And that came to $900,000, that cut. So those bills or those items, and then I should go apart. This bill also, this amendment also covers the, it covers some in the Department of Family Services that would equal about $1 million in total in the 4 items that were cut. And let's talk about the people that were affected by this. They, let's see. These folks are the people that are disabled for the most part, developmentally disabled. And we had a bill not too long ago that was talking about transplants for the disabled disability folks. And that passed, I think, pretty close to unanimously. So these folks are still alive and they're deserving our support. So that's the major group that's been involved in this. And it's also the folks with developmentally that have had brain injury or something of that sort. So with that in mind, I looked at the bottom of this list from Representative of District 54, and it showed that it was going to take about $15 million out of the budget that was passed to cover it. So we got together, 5 of us in our group, and they're going to hear from 4 other folks. And we decided that we wanted to try to restore this $1,500 million to the budget, to balance the budget. So I took 1/5, and these other 4 folks, they took 1/5 each. So that was 5/5. It's about $15 million of restoring funds to the federal government or to the state budget. And where was I going to get this $3 million? So I looked around and I found a program in first in the Wildlife Trust area, $3 million there. But I was told that that money was already committed and could not be touched. So we kept looking and I found some other sources of income. One was $1.5 million that could be taken from the Tobacco Trust Fund. $1.5 million that's sitting there not being utilized for anything at this time. And the other 1.5 billion I found in the permanent land fund in the omnibus category. And that money is available for emergencies in the health department. So I specified in this amendment that we would take $1.5 million out of the omnibus fund. So that makes $3 million, and that meant my obligation I found to these folks. I believe that we need to support, that we cannot look away. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I offer this amendment, and I urge the body to approve it. This money is available and it is affordable. I would like to quote my colleague from the center of the state who said, we need to be frugal. We need to be not cheap and not cruel. So I think this amendment is very frugal, and I think it is not cruel. And I think that we need to approve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to compliment the good bringer of this amendment for the work that he and those that have signed on this amendment have done. I'm going to tell you why I'm opposed to his amendment here in a little bit, but I would just share with you, members of the body, that when we, as the Appropriations Committee, looked at these, and I spent a lot of time with the department. I spent both the departments that are impacting these on step 3 going back into the fall. And I honestly didn't know how this body would respond to those step 3 cuts. I thought there'd be, I just didn't know. And so this list that this amendment's based off was drafted in October. We've been worried about it since that time. I have an amendment that I think I referred to as I was presenting their budget that really the bringer of this amendment referred to too. It's back here later on. That's going to incorporate all of these cuts that you're going to see here and restore them. It'll use LSRA money to do it. But what I like about what the good physician from Cold Country done is he dug into it and he thought, is there another way? Now, normally when I have an amendment on a bill, you kind of keep that close to your vest. You know, we solicit those that we think will help us, but this is an important deal. And we've had that. I think we had a couple of phone conversations on the matter, and I sent him this list. This was not a secret list, and nor did we have any intention for it to be. We wanted this body to look out and say, what's the policy? What's the role of state government to these populations? And let's collectively figure out a way to solve it. Here's the problem that I have with this bill, or with this amendment, and I would encourage you to vote against it. His approach is to 2 areas: the individual budget amounts. That's for the people who are, they were going to look at the individual budgets amount for those people who have developmental disabilities, and then for individuals placed on comprehensive waiver supports. Those are ongoing needs, okay? And so in the governor's in the executive branch's recommendation, they freeze the waiver supports. So the way that was designed was, and I think I explained this yesterday, is if I'm on the comprehensive waiver, I'm on it for life. And those funds that are attached to my individual budget amount, my IBA, go with me. When I die, those funds then come back into the program and could bring somebody off the wait list. Kind of moving forward, we've had to fund that extra with this. So if you will look down there, and so this is attempting to address those. It says on line 15 and 16 for new individuals to be placed on the comprehensive support waiver. Bingo. That's nice. However, if you look at line 20, these appropriations not be included in the Department of Health standard budget. So it's only for a year. So we bring a person off the support wait or off the wait list for a year. I appreciate the attempt, but I think it needs to be ongoing. Once they're on the waiver, they need to be able to continue on. And the same with the IBA. The intent was there, but the mechanics of this does not work. The other problem that I would shift you to is on the second page on footnote 6, which is in the Department of Family Services, where the attempt is to address the reduction in group home rates, which is going to be a 6%, and for foster care payments, reduction of 6%. Again, they're saying you can have it for the second half of this biennium, but then after that, the agency can't move that forward in their standard budget. Now, there's some rationale to that. Because I think we don't know what we're going to need to do moving forward. Are these cuts going to have to come back in the standard budget? Possibly, but I don't want to close the door and say they can't be part of the discussion. And that's kind of what this does. Then the third component of this is the funding. Now, the tobacco funds, I got up there and thought I was telling you the gospel truth, that we had exhausted all the tobacco funds, and the good physician goes and finds out that that's not the case. I didn't tell you that intentionally. It was the information that I was given is that we had exhausted all those. So I compliment him on finding those additional tobacco funds. But here's the problem with the permanent land fund. The permanent land fund is there are certain sections of state land that is given to the state to fund schools, the school sections, but they also set some aside for agencies. And in the permanent land fund income account, that royalties off of that go to the agricultural college account, the common school account, university account. He references in here the omnibus account and the miners hospital account. Now, what happens, those funds come from royalties in there, and in the omnibus account, those go to state facilities, such as the state hospital, the Life Resource Center, those type of state facilities. They use those for within their budget to operate, mostly for emergency situations. So they'll have a couple of $1 million, and each one of them have that in their fund. And so if there's at the state hospital, if there's a water main that leaks, they have access in their budget through this omnibus bill that comes from state land. If we take that and fund back the step 3 reductions, it's kind of a rob Peter to pay Paul. They're taking it away from one pot that serves this population and putting it into another pot to serve this population. And that's, and fair enough. As we was thinking about bringing these back in the amendment that we'll bring, is where can we fund it? Where can we fund it? Are we going to have enough general fund dollars or whatnot? And we just said, is this not what the rainy day fund is for? Is that, are we not trying to, in a time that, and that's why we chose that, is to do that. So I'd encourage you, based on the great efforts, but I think that they're a little misguided, or not misguided. They're certainly guided the right direction, but I think the mechanics of it doesn't work. And I'd encourage a no vote.
Thank you. On 2030, Amendment 2030, any member for their first time. First time, Representative Larson Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm on the amendment. I'm for it. I think the good doctor did a very good job. I appreciate the good explanation from the representative with the same name I have. I think this is a policy decision, obviously, and the group has a decision to make. you mentioned robbing Peter to pay Paul and such. We do that all the time. So I think the good doctor did a good job. Let's get some money back into this fund and vote aye.
Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really, really like this amendment. On and for it. I think it's bipartisan. If you look at the array of people on it, on and for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for the first time? Representative Wharf, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the body to support this. This is one of the few budget amendments that I've actually received something from home as far as comments. And I know this impacts my community, and they really would like us to support this. So I would urge the body's support. Thank you.
Chairman Harshman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question, maybe for the bringer and the good representative that spoke from Fremont County on appropriations. My question really, these are some of the worst of the worst cuts. We're going to restore them. We're not going home growing savings and not doing this. The question is, how do you pay for it? And that's a confusing part. When I look at this pay for on here, I don't think it's necessary. And so my question is this, there's like 4, 5, 6 more of these amendments that I call that are going to take care of the worst of the worst. This is part 1. Is this covered somewhere else in somebody else's amendment? Or I'm going to, on my second time, divide this amendment to take this pay for out and just simply take it out of the general fund. So that's my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for the first time, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I do appreciate about this amendment and a number of these amendments I see coming up is it isn't just let's put something back in, it's let's do an offset. We got to find the money somewhere, but let's also fix the problem. And I think that's, I definitely commend the bringer of this amendment for that foresight. And the other thing that I want to just speak to, we are sitting in a different place than what we did even a year ago as we were looking at a financial forecast for this state. And that's a blessing and that's a good thing. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with also battening down the hatches and saying, you know what, it's the forecast looks better than what it is, but we're still going to plan like it's going to be a rough sea. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if we come on the other side of this and the next biennium and say, you know what, we were wrong. It was way better than what we thought. Then we're that much further ahead and we're that much further to fixing some of our other financial issues that we're dealing with on the education side. So I think that it's intelligent. Let's keep this budget that this committee has put together and done an amazing job on. And the one way we can keep that budget bottom line is if we can find finances in another area to do that switch out for. So I definitely am on and in favor of this. And I think that
Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I ask is a no vote on this. And I just asked really the expert, and it's number 35 is the amendment that the good representative was talking about. I truly appreciate, and we all should, the amount of work and effort that the good doctor, I know I do, put into this. And I am sure you've all heard. I know I've heard from constituents and in the center part of the state, this is a huge issue. But I always learn something, especially from the good representative that's on appropriations and understands these health department issues so well and so well versed. And I appreciate really the doc's great thoughtfulness in trying to put different ways, but I think vote no on this and trust the process. at least this time. So on Amendment 30 that's coming up, that will solve the problem and have an ongoing situation versus limiting it to the 1 year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up on that, ladies and gentlemen, Amendment 30 through 34 addresses all the same issues as 35. So if we pass all of 30 through 34, then we get to 35. The only differences will be where the funding comes from. So we can do this in one amendment, or we can do it in 4. And it's cleaner, and it's easier to understand, and it's easier to sell. So on and against this amendment, and please review Amendment 35.
Thank you. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lots of great conversation here. And one thing that I notice is that we're all on the same page, that these items are items that are very, very important to our communities and to this body. The thing that I really like is that they're spelled out and that we have some idea of what that funding looks like. The thing that is kind of up in the air and kind of confusing is how to do that. I, as a new legislator and one that has been told that we have fiscal responsibility, we've got a lot of constituents that are screaming about that, term limits and fiscal conservancy and all this stuff. If we find places such as we didn't know or realize that there was $1.5 million in an account and it's there, it seems to me that that's a lot better than taking it out of the savings, to which usually we hear that, oh, we don't want to touch that. So I just really commend the hard work and due diligence that was done to put these together. If in fact, we are in agreement that 30 through 34 are the same as 35, then it would behoove us to look at the funding mechanisms to see if we can clean up some extras and possibly not have to take it out of there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Other members for their first time? Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the issue I have with this map, first of all, I've been saying all along in the press, been saying in our meetings, I've been saying to all of you, we need to restore these cuts. We know we do. It's the right thing to do. How do we restore those cuts? Okay. We have a vehicle. So now we're down on a policy. Do we restore the cuts by taking money from other accounts, which have other uses and reasons why those accounts are there? Or do we take it from the LSRA, our savings account? Okay. Now, are we being fiscally responsible by doing that? Yes, we are. Look at our current situation from where we were when these cuts were made. The Craigs, $84 million more revenue. We're looking at another projected 50 by October. We've got the 1% severance sales tax sitting there idle, 128 million. We look at what we're going to tip back over and replenish the LSRA, 180 to $200 million. We're being fiscally responsible by taking care of these people in need. These cuts went too far. We don't need to take the funds from other accounts or other areas where they're there as backups for them. We have the money to do this. We have the vehicle, as we discussed, to do it in a very clear, transparent way. Folks, let's do this. It's the right thing. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Stiff, first time, 2030.
Mr. Speaker, just
And
want
that is not the time. 2030 may be the time we end, but that is not the time currently. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, on and against this amendment, as the previous speaker said, we do need to restore the cuts, but amendment number 35 is the way to do that. It's a more organized, rational way to do it. And we can use the legislative stabilization reserve account to do that. That's what it's there for. So on and against this amendment, we are going to restore the cuts, but let's do that in amendment 35. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? First time, second time, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments that I didn't explain very well, that all of these reductions that we're going to see in the next several amendments are we're going to restore them in 35. The other problem, as we talk about funding, and we've heard several conversations on that, but please, the other problem with these amendments is it only restores it for this year. And so if I'm in 35, for example, on the wait list, it doesn't freeze it. It lets it move forward as designed, so that when somebody passes on, those funds can come back. This just takes it for a year. So there's some mechanics to this that, I mean, I don't know what I do. If I'm a family and you say, and you take the member of their family that's been on the wait list for a number of years, and you take them off the wait list, but it's only for a year, that doesn't make sense. And so there's 2 or 3 components of these amendments that just that just fall a little bit short of what we need to do in fully restoring those step 3 reductions. And I think the best way to do that is restore them and use the funding that we have available, but restoring in a way that allows them to continue as designed. I'd encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time or second time, excuse me, second time before Chairman Harshman?
So just to confirm, Mr. Speaker, this amendment, the next 4 amendments are all covered in the good Vice Chair of Appropriations Amendment and simply paid for out of the general fund. Straightforward, no pay for it. I'm looking at Speaker Pro Tem nod his head, and I think we can move quickly and just probably withdraw these and move to that one. We've all been working on this. The good doctor from Campbell County, the doctor of the day, every day. And all these, and I think all of us have had a little part of, we all recognize this. So I think to expedite this, I just want to make crystal clear that the worst of the worst are in here. And I think I've heard that. Thank you.
Any other member for their second time, Representative Hallinan? Bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the debate. The omnibus part of the permanent land fund has $60 million in it. And it took 1.3 million this year in inflation support from the state lands minerals. So taking 150 or 1,500,000 out of it does not damage it. It takes a net of about $100,000 out of a $60 million fund. And that fund is for emergencies in the health department. And I think that this crisis that we face, these step 3 cuts, constitutes an emergency. And I think it's only appropriate that those funds would be made available. Now, as to amendment number 35, I haven't even read that one yet, but I might support that amendment too. I don't know. But I'm talking about my amendment. My amendment takes $3 million out of these, coffee cans that we have sitting out there to replace the cost of doing what's right in the health department. So $3 million versus $3 million of expense. That sounds like the appropriate way to deal with it. It balances out. And that's what we're looking for in our budget issues, is a balance. And I think this accomplishes it. For that reason, I urge your support of this amendment. And with that, I guess I can call the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Members, we are voting on amendment 2030 to House Bill 1. Second reading amendment number 30. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been defeated. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed? More than 23. The good doctor was a a family practitioner, not an ophthalmologist, apparently, or an audiologist. All right, next amendment for our consideration is amendment has failed. 2031, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable decision. We've heard a lot of discussion about some of the most vulnerable citizens in our state and how these bills will provide additional funding that was cut in step 3. I am very proud of what our committee, which was formerly called the Gladiators, has done over the past number of months, and especially proud of all of the state organizations and departments that have risen to the call to duty to help with our funding problem here in the state. Many of those have offered up dramatic cuts through their organization, through their departments, and I applaud that. Now, as those have all come together, we as a legislature get to look at the budget as a whole and make a decision where those cuts are appropriate and where those cuts have been made too deeply, and make the adjustments. And a number of months ago, we had a very dire need to make cuts. We had a big deficit problem. After the extensive work of this committee and our departments, we have a budget that I can be proud of. I can go back home to my constituents and tell them that we have cut and we have resolved this big deficit that we were all afraid of, and we can be proud of that. We're down to the 5-yard line, but now we're attempting to put all this money back into the budget. And it's going to be we're going to start borrowing from our savings account again, and we're going to go backwards. So, ladies and gentlemen, the budget amendment that I bring forward is an add back, but it's also an offset. So the effect on the budget is zero. We're just, as a legislative body, we're taking some of that money that was cut in some departments and supplementing it by other departments, so the net effect is zero. We're deciding what the needs and the wants are and prioritizing our needs. Now, my budget amendment proposal is to take some of the money from the investment ready account from the Wyoming Business Council. Now, many of you may already know that that is a business ready fund whereby they grant money to municipalities and our cities to help them get ready for businesses to come into their area. It's grants to build sidewalks. It's grants to put in sewer systems. So the decision we have to make, do we want to help our citizens that are most vulnerable, are developmentally challenged, or do we want to put in sidewalks? So this is a decision we as a body of legislature can make. We can appropriate those funds where it will be most effective. And I don't want to go back to where we're borrowing from our savings. As I walked the streets during the campaign, that was the overriding comment that I received from my constituents. They saw the trend in our savings account going down, and they were afraid for the future of their children, the future generations, if we continue on that path. And they wanted someone to help to turn that tide, to help us get on a long-term fiscally responsible path for the future. So ladies and gentlemen, I bring you this bill, which includes an offset for the add back so that we can carry this football into the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Simpson, first time, Amendment 2031.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everything that the previous speaker, the bringer of the amendment, said is absolutely correct. I want to make sure that you're clear on something. And by the way, the Appropriations Committee concurs that these are vital programs and they're all included in the subsequent amendment. So the really difference here is, folks, if you go to page 2 of the amendment, page 69, line 9. So what we're doing is taking, that's the Wyoming Business Council section. We're going to be taking the money from the Wyoming Business Council and using it for this purpose. So it seems like we're all in concurrence. These are the worst of the worst, and we want to refund them. So really, we're just down to where does the money come from? Now, the Wyoming Business Council is used to promote projects in your communities. Do you want to, they've already taken a significant hit in their budget. Do you want to continue to reduce those grants? Because that's where it's going to come out of. The grant that are going to be used in your communities. Do you want to reduce that? Or actually the other amendment that we're going to get to that's sponsored by members of the Appropriations Committee is actually using the LSRA account to fund these types of needs. So really it's totally just right down to where do you want the money to come from? Do you want to take it away from the Business Council, or do you want to take it out of the WIS room? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Urge an aye vote on this amendment, and it really is, I want to commend the bringer of the amendment. It's really well thought out that we need to pay for the restoration of these reductions out of areas that aren't exactly necessary. And there's no doubt this is one of the first ones on the list. And I think to have a pay for out of the Wyoming Business Council, yes, there will be some adjustments, but it's the kind of choice that we need to make. And every time we do a distribution out of LISRA to restore these reductions, we're getting closer and closer to running out of cash savings, especially with this 700 million oncoming truck coming at us. And we need to be aware of the truck and because it's coming head on. And so let's restore these reductions in a responsible way and do it out of a reduction for the Wyoming Business Council. This is the first tranche of that. The last amendment was a little different because it distributed out of an account, but this is paying for it with a true reduction. And I think that's really where we want to be as a body. That's good policy. So I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Summers, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment. We're in one of the deepest, darkest declines of our economic time, one of our worst busts. And so the option is to cut money away from economic development. I don't think that's the right message. I don't think it's the right way to do it. And I know there's been a lot of uses of our business ready community funds, but I know in my community recently, we haven't had that many, but it allowed a really small business, manufacturing business, to expand and provide more jobs, more welders that were out of work to do other things, to do this manufacturing piece, and really helped expand a little piece of our economy in our county. And I just think as we move ahead, as we try to move ahead in this state, taking away from economic development is not the answer. On and against.
Thank you. Representative Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My community alone is one of the star pupils and showcase places in the state. We have a brand new nursing home and facility that allows people to stay in our community. They're one of the recipients and people that receives funds from the Business Council. We also have a Lingle, my little tiny town. We were able to do a community center with matching funds from being able to have one of the programs from the Business Council. Also, not too long ago, the state of Wyoming participated with one of our ranches in Taiwan, starring Wyoming beef because of the Wyoming Business Council and all that they did. So to be able to do economic development as well as showcasing Wyoming's products and putting us on the forefront internationally is primary for what we do at the Business Council. Not to mention what happened during COVID and how we were able to get boots on the ground immediately with these COVID funds. We wouldn't have been able to do that as fast and as well and as quickly to get money in the hands of our businesses and our people that needed it. So on and against this amendment.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time, Vice Chair Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this kind of it does have the same problem as the previous amendment is that it's for this year, that it won't be carried forward in their next budget, which is problematic if you're somebody that's being served in out-of-home placements, or if you're the providers that have the cut to the Medicaid services. Mr. Chairman, I'd also, there's in one of the previous discussions, there was the talk about a policy or philosophical approach to this. And there's conversations over the last number of years as we've looked at the downturn in our revenue that I become a little befuddled with, because we have this LSRA account, our rainy day account, our savings account, and we save it. So in the event that we need it to help for the essential services of state government, we can use it. But then we don't want to use it for those essential services because we'll use it. And then when we talk about looking at generating other type of revenue, we hear from the pulpit, well, why would we raise revenue when we've got $1.5 billion in the LSRA? And so it's kind of this catch-22 that I've not completely understood. And so when people say, why would you use the LSRA instead of these other funds? Because that's what we save money for. And I think that that's what all of us in our personal lives save money for in the event that you have to take care of personal services, whether it be a mortgage on your home or a hospital visit or whatever else. You've got that savings account, that nest egg set aside to get you through it. That's what the LSRA was set aside for. The LSRA was not set aside solely to backstop K-12 education. It was to help all citizens of the state. And these that we're talking about here are included. And so rather than impact the budget on some of these other agencies that are as the good Vice Chairman of Minerals pointed out, have done some incredible things, we can still get this done, and we need to, but I wouldn't do it this way and would encourage a no vote. And again, we still have the structural problem in that it's only for this year. And I don't track that very well and don't understand why we've done that, but it's problematic.
Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick reminder, if you go to page 27 of your summary sheet, we removed roughly $4 million from the Business Council. And of that, specifically on the investment ready community, we've already deducted 2.5 million. So on and against.
Any other member? Any other member? Thank you. Representative Sherwood, welcome.
Thank you. I am against this amendment and just wanted to share with the body that for every $1 that the Business Ready Community Grant Program leverages, another $3.53 of private investment is brought to the table. So this program makes us money. It helps us leverage our investments and protect and grow our communities. In all of our communities have benefited from this program. There have been 396 projects completed in the 23 counties. And those projects have created over 5,000 new jobs for our residents, with another 572 in the works. So please share with me the value of this program and vote no on the amendment.
Any other member, first time before this, first time, second time before the sponsor. Representative Gray, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really urge an aye vote on this. Want to respond a little bit to the representative from House District 54 and maybe the different philosophies on LISRA. The point of LISRA, and I think it's good to have this conversation, in my mind, is to backstop our other accounts that are for core government services when they have deficits. Now, the reality, and this is partly because every single time there's a revenue stream in our state, it gets plopped into the general fund. It goes back to the discussion yesterday on the gambling bill. The education fund is the one with the deficit. Now, part of it's spending, but part of it is because the flows there basically are centered on one thing, and that's property tax. And so that's the main deficit. So the way I think about LISRA is it is a backstop on the education deficit, and you combine a distribution from LISRA with cutting the education deficit. But you can't just, when that's the reality, you don't just say, well, it's for everything. And anytime we want to restore anything in the budget, we just do it out of LISRA. That's not the approach. And unfortunately, because the difficulty in being able to put streams into the schools, which we saw play out before our very eyes yesterday, it is the deficit. It is the main deficit. And so, I just wanted to respond to that because I don't think, we can't turn LISRA into a slush fund. It is backstopping our deficit and the one where it is in place is the school. So we need to isolate the flow from that account to backstop that deficit. And when we use it for the general fund, it's, in my mind, not responsible. So this amendment, I really want to commend the sponsor. It's brilliant because what it does is it sets up this dynamic where we're paying for restoring a reduction, which probably should be restored, but making a choice in doing it. And it's very responsible, conservative, and thinking dynamically. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and thank you.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it ironic that every time we constantly are talking about we need to diversify our economy, we need to expand, we need to bring more revenue in, and yet the one division that comes in and expands our economy and brings in jobs and does that, it's the first one that we want to put on the chopping block. It puts jobs, boots on the ground. It puts jobs in our individual communities. It's our neighbors. And it props up our businesses, yet it's the first one on the chopping block. So on and against this amendment.
Representative Larson, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I think I would like to respond a little bit on the LISRA too, because having the LISRA set up as a backstop for education was absolutely not the intent of establishing the LSRA. It can be used for a backstop, but not solely for K-12 education. I would not argue at all that that's where our biggest deficit is, but it's not our only deficit. And it's not our only agency that is really in trouble. And so as we're looking at these people that we're trying to restore services to, is that not as critical and as important as K-12 education? I think it is. And so to say that that's off bounds because this is more important, I think is erroneous. Now, slush fund, the LSRA isn't, well, maybe our definition is different. Slush fund for me is if I want a new gun, I save up for it, you know, the quarters left over, that's my slush fund. And when I get enough, I get to go buy the new gun and that money's gone. Okay, well, there's your SIPA, there's your OPSTA. That's kind of your slush fund, your one-time funds. The LSRA is a savings. It's more dedicated for specific purposes than a slush fund. And the specific purposes is to ensure that we provide the necessary services that state government is obligated to provide to the citizens of the state.
Any other member?
Vote no.
Any other member for their second time? Second time to the sponsor, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to express my appreciation and admiration to all of you for the debate and for the experience and knowledge that you have. I'm very much impressed with everyone here and the what you add to the conversation. So the Business Ready Grant Program had $20 million and the Joint Appropriations Committee dropped that to $17.5 million. And this amendment, budget amendment would drop it down to 14.5 million. So we're not depleting the entire program. There's still going to be $14.5 million in there for community block grants. That'll provide a lot of sidewalks, a lot of sewer systems and things that are needed in our communities. So it as a little bit of a example, if there's been in some industries here in the state, they've lost 20% of their people that they've had to lay off due to this pandemic. Those people are suffering. Some of them are struggling to pay their rent or their mortgages. But do they go out and put new siding on their home with their savings account when they're trying to pay the mortgage? Or as they try to spruce up their home, maybe they just plant a few flowers and the shrubs instead. So that's what we have to decide here in the state legislature. Do we want to take, and I agree the Wyoming businesses is a good thing to develop our economic diversification, but maybe we don't go as strongly right now. Maybe we don't put new siding on the home. We just put up some trees and shrubs and landscape a little bit. We still have $14.5 million in there that if we approve this amendment, we would still have $14.5 million, and that'll go a long ways to help our communities get business ready. I urge you to vote for this because we have that opportunity to move money around where we identify the needs versus the wants. Our children that have developmental disabilities need the help. Our senior citizens need the help right now, and our communities need help with their ongoing services. That's where they really need the help, not so much as developing infrastructure. It's paying to fix those potholes in the streets that we've heard about. So I urge you to vote this bill, and let's keep our budget down to we're not spending away our savings account for the future generations. That's a good backstop to have, but let's not spend it all away in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We are voting on second reading amendment number 31, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been defeated. So members, we have gone through 19 amendments, including divisions. You have 24 ahead of you. Strike your pace, strike your pace. Next amendment for your consideration is second reading amendment number 32. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill number 1, second reading amendment number 32, and ask for your favorable consideration. three increases to the budget, and we've already talked at length about where these budget increases are. They're all in the health department. I'm just going to quickly describe what three of these are. $900,000 is going to the Extraordinary Care Committee, and that committee just takes care of extreme situations where somebody loses their care provider or something along those lines, and they have to have these funds available. I don't think there's any debate about whether the funds should go back into that program or not. The next one is $750,000 to Wyoming Vaccinates Important People. Again, another probably undebatable program. So I'm just going to speed things up in here. This next program is one you've probably all heard of because every one of us have constituents that have this particular program at their heart. And this is the Wyoming Home Services Program. And I am bringing back the third round cuts, and that is $1.374 million, almost 1.375. And this is a program that we have just got to fund. I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of debate about that issue. But the question today is whether we fund these things through the general fund or the LISRA account, or whether we keep the good work of the executive branch's budget cuts, as well as the Appropriations Committee. And I would just say this, I'm a simple man. And to me, if my checking account is empty and my savings account has a little bit in it, I've got a choice. I've got to spend my money more frugally. And that's what we're voting on today on these amendments, is whether or not we're just going to keep spending the way we spent. And I do appreciate the chairman of Minerals Committee's comments about where we're going to be at the end of the year. And I think that's great if we do end up there. I think it's great that the price of oil has gone up and that we've got additional funding coming our way. But that's what this state has done for decades now, is we've looked at what's coming from the oil and gas and the other extractive industries, and we've depended on that to keep government a consistent size. And that size, in my opinion, is too large. So here we have an opportunity to take care of the most vulnerable amongst us. At the same time, we right-size government. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard the executive of this state say that we need to right-size government. Just because we might have some money coming to us soon does not mean we should not follow through with that particular statement. And so I honestly believe that this is important to us to make these policy decisions. I appreciate the amendment that's coming up later, number 35, in the fact that it does get these particular programs funded again. But at the same time, it's just taking it out of savings. And again, as a simple man, if you take the money out of savings, eventually it goes away. And let me tell you what I think is going to happen. We're going to have a program where we're going to institute an additional sales tax when that LISRA gets down to $650 million. And so is that what we're really after here, is going out to the people of Wyoming and saying, we want to tax you more so that we can do these things? Here's an opportunity to reduce the size of government slightly. And I will say slightly. This is, it's been said before, these are not big deals as far as the overall budget. And I'll agree with that statement. But let's make wise choices along the way. Let's reduce the size of government. We've worked hard to find good places that are not as painful as these third round cuts to get the budget back in line with where the Appropriations Committee and the executive branch felt like it should be. So in my amendment, I'm asking to cover the expenses of these three programs with $3,024,946 from the UW General Fund, which is exactly 0.96% of the state aid budget to UW. So we're talking about 1% of their budget. Now, the Appropriations Committee and the Executive Branch have already in third round cut 13%. You remember the goal of the Executive Branch was 15%. This particular department took 13. With my additional cut, it's at 14. We're still below the 15% goal that the Executive Branch asked for. So this is not a draconian cut. It's not going to hurt anybody drastically, but it is going to help those same people that everybody in this room seems to agree we need to help. And with that, Mr. Speaker, this particular issue is extremely important to my constituents. So therefore, I call for the ayes and noes.
Any other member for their first time? First time. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to encourage a no vote on this amendment. The Good University over the Hill has taken a $42 million reduction prior to this proposal. They took an $11 million reduction in their major maintenance. There's really 5 large agencies where most of the money in the state budget's housed. Higher education, health are the 2 largest, Department of Corrections, roundabout, and family services. So why we would want to reduce from one to help the other really doesn't do much for the state as a whole. As I said, the university has taken $42 million in reductions already prior to this. So they have felt the brunt of the reductions, just like every other agency has. We have a way to pay for this. The state is not in a crisis today. We have the ability to do it without harming other institutions. So I would encourage a no on this, and thank you.
Any other members for their first time? First time? Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would have you, and I compliment our freshman, our last speaker that on the last amendment, and the trainer, really, really good job. And I appreciate them digging in to find out what these are. I want to correct one component that was on the Extraordinary Care Committee. It's not just for people that maybe have some extraordinary medical needs. What the Extraordinary Care Committee is for is in behavioral health. If you're, and it is in behavioral health or healthcare financing, I'm sorry. So if I am a community provider for a DD population, and one of the individuals that I provide care to develops into their behaviors change and become more acute, if you will. I don't know if that's the right word, but their characteristics change. And so then the ability to take care of them, maybe you're taking care of them in that environment that you have 4 or 5 individuals under your care for one supervisor, and maybe personality changes or whatnot, that they become more aggressive, or health concerns are such that you can't keep them under that level of supervision, and maybe it changes to where he can only be a 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. So, but his individual budget amount, remember we talked about 2 amendments ago, is only funded for the level of care that he's getting. And so what the provider or the family can do is they can come back to the department and approach the Extraordinary Care Committee and see if they can get that budget amount amended to account for his change in needs. I don't know all of the words, his change in needs. And so this is important because, again, we have that this is just for the standard budget. Well, if that individual's needs are changed and we fund him at a different level and he gets into this different level, it's only good for the year in this budget, and then it goes away. And so that's problematic. Then I would also take it, I think he done a good job of explaining the YVIP, the vaccinations that we provide to all medical providers to provide to patients, whether they be public health or otherwise. But the Senior Wyoming Home Services Program through the Department of Aging is one that we've all heard about. And my exception on here is in the amendment that we've been referring to, number 35, restores both the step 2 and the step 3 reductions. What we heard from our constituents was how, and they're right, that this is a program that keeps people out of long-term care. And so the step 3 reduction was for this amount, $1,374,000. And in the next one, we restore it in totality because of the good we think that it does. And so for that, again, with that explanation, Mr. Chairman, I'd encourage a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The representative from District 54 has made a few references to this being only a one-year proposition. But I'd say that the other side, I think they really only have 1 year covered in their amendment. It's only 15 million. So if it was for a full biennium, it would be 30 million. So I'd like to have some confirmation on that from the representative from District 54. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Nyman, first time.
I'll keep this short. It is a marvel to sit in this body and watch this take place. This is phenomenal. It really is. But the thing that I appreciate about what these folks are doing is that they are not adding to our expenses in the state. And that's what I live with all the time. If I run short, it was awesome when steers were $1,250 a piece. Life was good on the ranch. And there's a lot of you guys in here that can relate to that. In 3 years, I sold the same steers for $846. But you know what I did? I got rid of stuff that I didn't need, or I found ways to reduce. Just for a quick story, and I said I'd keep this short, and I will. I bought a really nice tractor. It was beautiful. I'll give you the amount. I gave $210,000 for a tractor that drove itself across the field. Autonomous, the whole thing. It was awesome. Had huge plans for that machine. Going to make a lot of wheat. Going to grow a lot of grain. I was going to do a lot of custom farming. But you know what? The wheat market fell apart. And I still had a $36,000 a year payment every spring. And I didn't have it to cover it. So what I did is I sold that tractor, and I loved that tractor. My kids loved that tractor. But I traded it and saved the equity in it, and I bought 2 same-size tractors that were 14 years old. And you know what happened? I lost that $36,000 payment in the spring, and I still get my wheat planted. And it's just as good as the day I was farming through the ground with that really expensive tractor. The reality of what these folks are doing, and I really appreciate it, and whether follow these amendments or whatever, but these folks are trying to keep us within our budget. They're replacing things that were taken that mean a lot to a lot of folks, and even to my district up there. This means a lot to them. And they're trying to do it within the budget, to pull it from someplace else so that we don't take more money. I'm on education. I'm getting an education. I guarantee you, we're short of money, folks. And I'm so thankful that we've got legislators here that are willing to try to keep some money in that account that backfills education. Because we're going to have discussions that are going to be much more impassioned than this here very shortly. I appreciate what they're doing, and I stand for it. And I'm for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time, Amendment 32. First time. Second time, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the good doctor from Coal Country really made a very important point that I think we all need to understand. And we had a little bit of this conversation when we was explaining the budget last time. So what he said was that if you look at my amendment to number 35, we only restore a year of it. So what the governor done, remember we talked about this biennialization thing, okay? So because the step 3 cut comes in the second half, if you look at the governor's recommendation, and we're just going to use simple numbers, okay? If the governor said in step 3, we're going to make a $200 reduction. That's what we want it to be. You take that $200 and you say, well, that must just be for the second half. So that biennialized, that's half of this biennium. So that must mean 400 altogether. Okay. And so if that $200, if it's left there going into the standard budget, will become $200 in the standard budget request. So but the intent here was a total of 200 for the biennium. And so what the governor done said, he said, we'll put, or the executive branch, I apologize, we want it to be 200 total for the biennium. That'll be reflected here. But then I'm going to do this Slick Eddie and I'm going to add back in $100 over here for an increase to their budget in the second half of the biennium. And so that $200 is now reduced to $100 in actual cuts. And so when you look at my amendment, the total amount, if you looked at the spreadsheet, was 30 million, but because that comes in the second half of the biennium, we're going to reduce it in half. And then it will keep that 30 million overall. Ta-da, magic.
Thank you very much.
I know.
Any other member for their second time? Second time. Second time before the sponsor, to the sponsor, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the good representative from District 54. I was trying to keep my description brief of the programs that I think we all agree need to be refunded. So I appreciate him adding to that description. I just want to address the issue that he was talking about just a moment ago about the 1 year. We are going to have a budget session a year from now. So remember how late we go tonight, guys, so when you think about that. Anyway, 1 year from now, that's what we wanted to do, is fund these programs until our next budget session. And we'll have an opportunity. I doubt very seriously that any of us will change our minds about these programs and how important they are. We will fund them then as well. And hopefully we'll have a better grasp of our budget and an idea of how we can fund everything. But in the meantime, we should be appreciating the good work of the Appropriations Committee and the executive branch in reducing the size of government. That's what we're asking for. This is really a policy issue. I think it's clear we're going to fund these programs, but let's do it in a fiscally responsible way. I just want to add one more thing about this particular program that I am funding out of, the UW General Fund, which is state aid. This particular university received $74 million in CARES Act money for this particular type of thing. We're asking for 3 million to help our children that are in these programs and our seniors. So please think about that. This is a good option. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
So members, there was a request for the ayes and noes. Representative Bear, who was your second? Representative Larson. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 32.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Clifford, Connolly, Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hunt, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, McGuire, Martinez, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washut, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 25 aye, 35 no.
Amendment 32 has failed. Amendment number 33. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 33 to House Bill 1 and ask for an aye vote. So this is the next approach in restoring some of these reductions that are quite serious but using other areas of the budget that can sustain a reduction to pay for them. So this approach restores the 2.5% reduction for providers to persons, to individuals with developmental disabilities, the 6% reduction to adoption and guardianship payments, and 6% reduction to residential treatment centers, which is about $2 million. And to pay for that, it takes a reduction from the tourism board. And we talked about this in the context of the lodging tax, and that, you know, thinking about this decision, remember that a huge amount of ads that the tourism board purchases are in foreign areas. So we've talked about the hypothetical with the Frenchman, Marcel, and you know, drinking his jus d'orange and his beignet at breakfast, and maybe he'll see 10 to 15 less ads in Paris, France, if we do this. But in exchange, we're going to restore these reductions, and that's a choice that I think it's a slam dunk. I think it's a good one for this body to make, that we have less of these foreign ads in Europe, and let's restore the reductions that are quite serious, and also, as opposed to the choice in Amendment 35, draw down LISRA to restore these reductions, which, as we've talked about, the plan seems to be that many are gonna try to institute an automatic tax, which I'm opposed to once you draw down to a certain point. But that leads us closer and closer to that point, which we don't want to happen because it's very damaging to our state. So I encourage an aye vote on this. Let's have, you know, a few less foreign television ads, you know, leaflets, you know, bus wraps in France or whatever, and let's restore these reductions. So thank you.
Thank you. Members for the first time, Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In visiting with the director of the tourism department, a $2 million media buy generates 265 million consumer impressions. Estimated new visitors to Wyoming campaign would be 183,000, almost 184,000. Estimated new visitor spending in Wyoming due to the campaign would be 126 million. Estimated additional 4% sales tax would be 5 million. Estimated jobs supported by the new visitors would be 870,000. If you notice, the Department of Tourism has already taken 12.83% cut in their funding. Other things that have happened in my home county, our lodging tax in 2020 was 30% less than it was in 2019. In Sweetwater County, it was 20% less. Campbell County, it was 35% less. In Natrona County, it was 42% less. 42% less money going to advertise Natrona County to the nation, to the world. So why at this point in time would we take our second largest industry that's already been devastated and devastated even more by not allowing these campaigns, these advertising campaigns, to go on? Thank you.
Representative Schwartz. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and Chairman. On and against this amendment, tourism is our second largest industry. Many conversations we have in this body regard our number one industry, and we are dedicated to supporting that industry in multiple ways. Many bills every session. And yet for some reason, supporting our second largest industry seems to be much more problematic. And I actually have a hard time understanding that, because what this department does is critical in ensuring that we can maintain a strong tourism industry. Strongly on and against this amendment.
Excuse me, Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, on and against this amendment, I again would urge caution. We all know the effects that our state has suffered over the course of the last year with COVID and the drop in tourism and so on. And so we certainly don't want to amplify that negative effect on our state. So I would certainly urge caution here and urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any other members for the Representative Larson?
Mr. Chairman, just the same problem structurally on this. No vote, please.
Any other members for the first time? First time, second time before the sponsor? Any members for the second time? Sponsor, Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, I would urge an aye vote. I think that this approach is the way to go, that we cut in areas that aren't as needed to restore these reductions. And again, I think a few less ads in France, a few less bus wraps in London, a few less billboards in tours or any place in Europe. I don't think it's going to really damage that much. And I think we should restore these reductions, but we need to do it in a way in other areas of the budget. And I think the European advertising sector is where we should take it out of. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 33 to House Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Amendment has failed. Members, the next amendment for consideration is second reading amendment number 34. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 34 on House Bill number 1. Try to make this as quick as possible for y'all. This amendment is intended to provide relief for low-income families. We're looking at adjusting just over $4 million of the budget to fund provider rates for Medicaid rates for adult services. Some of these services are going to be hospital services, physician services, inpatient, outpatient, as well as home health care services, as well as prescription drugs. After a year of incredible uncertainty and economic hardship brought on by the big government, as well as the response to all this pandemic, we're looking at making the most, returning the most to our most vulnerable constituents. We're going to try to make them whole again. This does replace 2.5% restoration back to the Medicaid providers in order to make that happen. This amendment is offset by the adjustment to the University of Wyoming Athletics Booster Organization. This is a cost-neutral solution that provides for the folks who are most affected by our cuts to our budget. If our tax dollars are being spent, they need to be prioritized. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any members for the first time? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage a no vote on this. This is the reduction side of it, and where they're getting the pay for from is just really a reduction to the block grant for the University of Wyoming. And again, as I stated a few moments ago, the university has taken $42 million in reductions, an additional 11 million to the block grant, an additional 11 million to their major maintenance. They've felt it just like every other agency in the state of Wyoming. I would encourage a no on this amendment.
Any other members for the first time? Any members for their second time? Second time before the sponsor? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do ask for an aye vote on this one. With that, I call for the vote.
Okay, we're voting on second reading amendment number 34 to House Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Amendments failed. Next amendment for consideration is second reading amendment number 35. Members, we do have a corrected copy, which is not in your packet of materials. It will be on the website. We'll give just a moment, Representative Larson. You can pull that up. Okay, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, this is the amendment that would take care of these services. And I'll just tell you, the corrected copy is to totally fund the senior citizens cuts that we made. I had in my stuff only put back step 3 and then had to elected to put it back in totality. And so members, just in a nutshell, what this does is replace the dental coverage for adults who meet Medicaid requirements. It's elimination. It reestablishes the vision coverage for adults, restores the ability to, on the IBAs, restores the wait list, eliminate, it takes away the cap on professional services like speech therapy, occupational therapy, on the people that are receiving that through Medicaid. It takes away the 6% cut on foster care, 6% reduction on adoption and guardianships, the 6% reduction to group homes, or 6% reduction on residential treatment centers. This Wyoming Home Services is where you see that correction on that, and it puts that in total. Restores the second half of on the children's mental health waiver and care management entity. So that's the program and the provider, the 2.5% reduction to Medicaid reimbursement. It takes away the freeze on the waiver and the ECC, and the vaccinations, and keeps chiropractic as a covered Medicaid benefit. Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions, and it is funded out of the LSRA.
Okay, members, for the first time, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, why is basically, this is the House Appropriations Committee bringing this amendment? More money, okay. So why are we doing this? And why do we take it from these funds? So as explained at the beginning of this budget discussion, if you look at what is now available in the general fund and the BRA, so that's for general operations of government, today, we have an extra $52 million that we did not have just in January. If the price of oil stays at the current price for the rest of the biennium, or rest of this fiscal year, so that's just through July, we'll probably have another 20 or 30 million. And if it stays, it's between $55 and $60 for the next year, we'll have over $100 million over and above the forecast in January, Craig. So the point is that when we were once 870 and really closer to $980 million in the deficit on the general fund side, we are now plus 50 million and likely to be well over 100 million at the end of the biennium. So what does that mean? That means that we can balance our budget. And not only that, but we can cover the budget reserve account. And in the following biennium, we can put the major maintenance back up to 2%. All of those things we can do without raising any more taxes, have a balanced budget, take care of our folks, and stop. And so we don't have to rob Peter to pay Paul in order to balance this budget and to move forward on the general fund side. And of course, we have not addressed the school side, but the school side is $600 million. And if by saving 2 million here or 4 million there for 1 year or for the rest of in perpetuity, that's not going to fix that problem. Now, that problem's fixable, and we'll talk about that when that time comes, and we'll have an obligation to do it. But for the general fund side, we have sufficient funds to do this without stepping on other agencies, which have already been cut a tremendous amount. Cut $335 million, boom, since January, or since July of last year. So just want to know where the money comes from and on in for this particular amendment.
Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to announce that I support this amendment, number 35. I do so with trepidation because, well, we had our chance. 5 of us, we got up here and we I think we honorably presented our point of view. Our point of view was that we needed to restore these cuts to the budget. But still, the needs in House or Amendment number 35 are such that we cannot turn them down. So I wanted to announce that, and I don't know that I can speak for the other 4 members who presented their amendments, but I can speak for mine. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Any
Chairman.
other members for the first time? Any member? Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. I haven't been able to pull up the corrected amendment yet. I was just hoping I could read it before I voted on it.
Representative Craigo, did you attempt to refresh the page? Representative Craigo, did you not trust Representative Larson's representation of what was corrected? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to I didn't want to go up to the mic and say, I do think these reductions should be restored, but this isn't the right approach. And the last 4 or 5 amendments, I know there might have been some eye rolling, but that was an attempt to try to bring the right approach that I view as balanced. And obviously that's a subjective word, but it's my opinion on that was a balanced approach. We're going to pay for this out of UW State Aid, the football program, tourism board. Anyway, we hashed those out, but this is not the right approach coming out of LISRA. But I do think, and I want to be clear on that at the mic, that these should be restored, but I don't think this is the right approach. So thank you.
Any other members for the first time? Second time before the sponsor. Question being called. I have to do the voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, that amendment has passed. It calls for an appropriation greater than $100,000. Roll call.
Andrew. Repeat, please. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Craigo. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer.
Aye.
Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stibar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Bear. Aye to no. Stibar. Oh. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 51 aye, 9 no.
Amendment has been adopted. Next amendment for consideration is second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 1. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be stiff tomorrow. Those guys ganged up on me. Hit me pretty hard. Committee or members of the House, as I was going through the step 3 reductions in public health and just making sure that I hadn't missed something inadvertently, I found that we had not addressed the Children with Special Health Program. Examples for what this provides services to children and youth ages 0 to 18 with special health care needs who have or at increased risk of chronic physical, developmental, behavioral, or emotional conditions who require health-related services in their counties, and they provide that through the public health. Examples of medical conditions covered by the CHS program include heart conditions, genetic conditions, cleft palates, cerebral palsy, diabetes, seizures. And it also serves the high-risk pregnant women who receive care from in and out of state level 3 provider hospitals and high-risk infants. I would really encourage that we put this 255,000 back in to fill the gap and this is a lot of things of that nature. So I would move that, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members for the first time?
Thank you.
Any other members for the first time? Second time before the sponsor, we're voting on amendment number 9 to House Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. That too requires an appropriation greater than $100,000. Roll call.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer.
Aye.
Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western.
Aye.
Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawannitzer. Mr. Speaker. Blackburn, would you confirm your vote, please? Closing vote. Are there any changes? Martinez, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 42 aye, 18 no.
By your vote, you have adopted second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 1. The next amendment for consideration.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Larson,
privilege of the floor, if I may.
please.
So folks, we talked about the corrected copy in 235 and I lied to you again. I thought it was because I had added in the home services for the senior citizens. If you looked on the copies that you have, that's already in there on line 23 for the 4,124,000. A good freshman from up in Johnson County brought this to me, and it was the corrected copy. If you get it, is a technical correction. It's on line 1, and it correctly puts in the name Hallinan. So it was just a technical correction, just so if anybody was concerned on what to look for.
Okay, thank you, Representative Larson. And then we've got several corrected amendments and they're working on getting them posted and we'll do our best to keep you apprised of that. So members, the next matter for our consideration is second reading amendment number 36 to House Bill 1. Representative or Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move amendment number 36, second reading amendment 36 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this also is a corrected copy and it's pretty simple. It's on page 2 on line 31. The word "this" was repeated twice. So that's the only correction. It was just that small little correction. Members, I think it's important. It's really been good today. I really appreciate everybody's work. Good doctor from Campbell County and the other members, the 1/5 that tried to solve all these. And a lot of us, I've been having this list since this started last fall, and I called it the worst of the worst. I got it on a spreadsheet. And the issue really, Department of Health is about 42% of our budget, general fund. About half of federal funds go to the Department of Health. And so when you're going to cut the general fund, you got to cut the Department of Health. And then you got to cut the family services. They're one of those top 4, university and others, corrections. And so I think we just took care of the worst of the worst. And this is worst of the worst part 2, when I was working with the good bringers of those amendments. And so, Mr. Chairman, really, as you go down through this amendment on page 1, A1, 2, and 3 really are all in the Department of Health, behavioral health. And this is really how our community mental health centers deliver healthcare to folks in our communities. And the hard part about this, due to some of our issues, a lot of it's general fund. And so it's a tough deal. And so that's part of it. So that's on page 1. And then when you go over to Department of Family Services on page 2, and that's in that paragraph 6 on line 13. And we are the best state, I'm told, in collecting child support. A lot of it goes to single women, but to single parents that money's owed to, and we're one of the best in the country. And this program has been seriously cut. And so we don't want to lose ground. There's a 2-to-1, I think, federal match on this as well, on those dollars. And then the last part of this, Mr. Chairman, is on line 30 on page 2 of the amendment. And really, this is that split sentencing. And it's been really a key part of our justice reform part. It's not that expensive. It's a significant amount, the 400,000. But the idea is when somebody messes up, when they're on parole, you don't send them back to the big house because it's expensive there. And so we've made agreements with our counties, and we'll try to get them back on the right track again without going through that whole process with the Wyoming State Penitentiary. And so with that, and I think, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important too to think how we got here. We were at a point where there were no rigs working in the state of Wyoming. First time since before statehood, 1886 was the last time. We had -30 oil. We thought the whole thing was, and most of these agencies are making budgets in July, August, September, getting ready to present to the governor. Things have changed. And I think they're going to continue to change, and we need to change and move with that. And I look back 10 years ago, Department of Health had a budget of $910 million. Today, 10 years later, it's $878 million. It's less than it was 10 years ago. They had 1,400 employees. Today, 1,300 employees. Now, if you inflated that, they'd be over $1 billion. So it's about a 25% cut. Corrections used to have a $278 million budget 10 years ago. Today, 243. It's less than it was in just actual dollars. And then family services, 166 million. It's now 132 million. We've got the smallest government we've had in a long time. And I think these phase 3 cuts is what we're all concerned about. That's why we had 51 votes on the last amendment. And so appreciate everybody's work on this. And I think the thing I've learned in my time here, that budgets are people, whether it's a contractor in your town pouring a sidewalk on the business-ready communities, or it's somebody providing this service in your community, somebody who's disabled or mental health services. Budgets are people. And so I appreciate everybody's concern for people. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question. So the amendment we just passed a few back, 3 pages to put back in a lot, you know, there were things that really concerned me and then some that were like, well, yeah, I'm not going to bother dividing in the amendment. Looking at this, then we see section 48 again, Department of Health. It's the Behavioral Health Division. So when I saw this, I really perked up because, to be honest, there's a part in here that in this budget that really has me worried. And the puzzling thing that I'd like an answer from the bringer is the part that worries me the most about the cut in this division is not actually included in this amendment. So we've got on line 15, the recovery supports, then on line 20, outpatient substance abuse, 24, residential mental health, and line 3 of the next page, residential substance abuse. So we got residential mental health and substance abuse, recovery and outpatient substance abuse, but we don't have the outpatient mental health. So, which I have to say was the part that I'm most worried about. So what I would like to know is, was that intentional? And if so, why did that seem to not be a need? Or was that a mistake?
Any other member for their first time? First time. Conference on the floor, first time. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, on and against the amendment, with respect to the department that handles our correctional services, the director here has gone to great lengths to make sure that that there are no substance abuse treatment cuts in any of the 5 correctional facilities that this state agency administers. Footnote 3 on ours in the budget does represent a reduction in the adult community correction center located in Casper. The idea is that they're intending to provide the same level of services for inpatient and outpatient. So the director of this agency has gone to great lengths to make sure, in order of priority, that we first do the things that are constitutionally required, the things that are required for the safety and security of the inmates and of the employees who work there. This was potentially a tough cut, but it's one that's appropriate. And at the correctional facilities, there's not an actual reduction in the services provided for related to substance abuse. So putting this money back in does not give us good value for the money. So on and against.
Any other members first time? Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor. This amendment takes away a lot of the heartburn that I've had over the past couple of days of what we've been cutting, honestly, and thinking about what it means for our communities. This restores money to health services, both in the communities as well as in the prisons. I also want to point out for you on page 2, lines 13 through 21, that addition to child support enforcement, this too, not only is this important and how we do it is important, but you'll see that for a general fund allocation of $274,000, we leverage $532,000 federal funds. We lost that money unless we put this back again. So we get a nice 2-to-1, right? So on and in favor. Thank you.
Chairman Olson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, I think that the presenter of the amendment said it best, that we've dealt with our first category of relief or restoration, and now we're on to this second category where we're talking about mental health and substance use is really what we're talking about. And particularly what interests me in this amendment, and I want to clarify a few things regarding the department that oversees our corrections. That's on page 2 of the amendment, top of the top of the amendment lines 1 through 3, this is the almost $4 million restoration for residential substance abuse units. So that's really important to our corrections system. And I really don't understand the cut here because it's not wholly to the Casper unit. What it is we're talking about 3 different ACCs, and that's in 3 different cities, not just the Casper unit. And what these ACCs are alternatives to probation and parole revocation, essentially. So what we're talking about, I think the presenter mentioned it. If you're on a there could be another instance, but if you're on a revocation instance, instead of sending you back to prison, we send you to an ACC, which is going to provide housing. You have to pay restitution while you're there. You have to follow the law. You have to work, attend counseling, and you get the treatment that you need. These are huge alternatives to incarceration. I'm confused by the cut because the cut actually results in 101 beds. So there's 103 beds per facility in those 3 communities that I just told you about. And this is cutting 101 beds total, so 1/3 of all the beds. And here's the kicker to all this, which is what perplexes me on why this is a necessary cut. It costs $41.07 per day for a bed at an ACC. It is 3 times that dollar amount if you send that person to a prison. So it seems like a really simple choice to me in terms of economics. $4 million, and you can invest that into your ACCs that are 1/3 of the cost of the prison beds, or you can make this cut and I will almost guarantee 1 or 2 of those ACCs are going to close down because that's 101 beds and 103 per facility. You're going to see at least 1 facility go in a community. And when that happens and you have increased revocation, which is going to occur, where do you think those individuals are going to go? They're going to go to the pen. And when they go to the pen, we're going to see a triple cost on the per bed. So I don't understand the incentive on the savings. I know that we're not using the beds in the ACCs right now currently to their fullest extent, but I don't think that means that you cut this, because that assumption would only make economic sense if you knew exactly what your potential revocation population would be tomorrow. And if it blows up or it just continues to steadily move along course, you send them to the pen. So respectfully, I think this is an important amendment for our justice reinvestment, reinvesting our dollars in a very sensible way into our ACCs. If one, and I just got to stress this, sorry, folks, if you lose 1 or 2 of those ACCs, the cost to even bring it back is going to be, I don't even know what, but it's going to be a phenomenal cost to bring it back if you ever get it back. So on and for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other member for their first time? First time before the sponsor. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd encourage an aye vote on this, Mr. Chairman, particularly as we reflect back on the conversation we had in this body on House Bill 38, where we talked about redesigning how we deliver mental health services in the state, and we prioritize it. And this year we'll have the stakeholders, along with the department that oversees that, be able to define how they put these services into place, and having that funding, that step 3 funding come back in will just allow that, I think, to move more smoothly. So I hope that you'll support the amendment.
Any other member for their first time? Members for their first time, members for their second time before the sponsor. Second time before the sponsor. Second time before the sponsor. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, again, folks, encourage a no vote. If we put this money back in here, it reduces the director's negotiating ability with the affected facility for adult correctional community services, because right now the residential treatment program is a lot longer than the director believes it should be. So yes, these facilities are making more making a lot of money, but if you negotiate a better contract, reduce the length of the residential treatment program back to a more reasonable level, then the director thinks he can free up 25 beds. With respect to split sentencing, I didn't mention that before. It's on page 2 of this amendment. According to our budget book, the director has said the reason that they're returning the money and wanted that cut is because they don't need the money, because they've already got money from prior appropriations in prior years. So the split sentencing money, that the department doesn't need it. They can still do and pay for all the split sentencing services that they need to pay for without the budget. So it's just $400,000 that doesn't need to be in the budget. So on and against.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time before the sponsor, to the sponsor, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I think I have the questions answered with the good Madam Chair Lady of our Labor Health. Again, these are worst of the worst, part 2, and I think we're talking thousands of Wyoming citizens. And it doesn't restore all the cuts by any means, but it starts to soften those a little bit in these phase 3. And for us to grow our savings, and I think it's important to talk about what are our savings. How'd the LSRA get here? It's 2005 coal money started it, and then we had this genius idea to take investment revenue off the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. And if you think about that, kicks off 5% a year. 2.5% of that goes to the general fund, and then half goes to SIP and the other half goes to savings. Why doesn't that other half go to today's people? That's what it's intended for. So we got all these moral questions we got to ask. Do we take today's money, and deny services and save it for some time in the future? So really appreciate the debate. It's been a wonderful day in the House of Representatives, and appreciate your aye vote. Thank you.
Members, we're voting on Second Amendment number 36, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, let's just call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. No. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 28 aye, 32 no.
36 has failed. I had it one different than that, but I'm not sure which way it was. 36, next amendment for consideration is 2010, Madam Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Friends, what this is just some clarification on the language of 2 units where the Wyoming Women's Council gets moved from the Business Council to the Department of Workforce Services. What the first part does is just clarify that the Department of Workforce Services will keep it. And the second part says that any unexpended funds from the Business Council appropriation for the Women's Council will get transferred to the Department of Workforce Services. And I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Representative Simpson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, remember I talked to you about transferring this division from one agency to another. This amendment just simply clarifies and makes sure that the money transfers with it. I recommend approval of this amendment and call for the question.
Any other member first time, second time to the sponsor? Seeing no further discussion, members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 10, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. There is no money, so we keep moving. 2011. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 2011 to House Bill 1. Basically, it's very, very simple. This is a position for Wyoming Community College Commission. It was a position that was already filled, and the funding was eliminated. So we're just asking for the funding to be replaced. I respectfully ask for this amendment to replace the funding. Basically, this role of this position is a policy and analysis. It's supporting the agency and the colleges, and both the executive and the legislative branches under its complexity is very critical. The WCCC is a small agency with very low administrative overhead and does not have the capacity of other large agencies to backfill the position and its funding. As a result, please request the reconsideration to maintain this filled position and provide its adequate position funding from this general fund. So I please recommend an aye.
Any other members for their first time? First time, second time before the sponsor. Seeing no further discussion. Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment has failed, not been adopted. Next amendment. 39, Representative Nicholas. Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would move Amendment 39 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Make sure I get close enough to this mic. So in your box, ladies and gentlemen, you received, we've looked at it once before, but it's the recommendation of the governor. And what he's recommending that we bring this particular amendment, because we're adding back, basically we're cutting the step 3 cuts on UW, University of Wyoming, and community colleges. So that's $9 million for community college roughly, and $4 million for community colleges. And the rationale for that is similar to my discussions in prior amendments. Our CREG is different than it was in January, and significantly different when those cuts were proposed by the governor. With the budget department, they've looked at the dollars, they looked dollars and cents. UW and community colleges took some of the biggest hits because they're one of the most expensive general fund entities. And it's his recommendation that we add these back. And recall that it's $54 million that we took out of the University of Wyoming, and $36 million total that we took out of community colleges. So this is a small step back based upon incoming revenues and revenue projections. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any other member? First time, Second reading amendment number 39. First time, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, I just would like to point out that the community colleges received $46 million in CARES money and the University of Wyoming received $74 million in CARES money. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure that it's not anyone's belief on this floor that we're at all saying that the federal funds that have stipulations and attachments to them would in any way, shape, or form be supplanted or used in place of anything we're doing at a state level with state funding. They're two different pots of money, and we would obviously never abuse federal funds in that way.
Representative Washut, Vice Chair Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know at community college where I work, the cuts have been real. There were pink slips handed out. People lost their jobs, unlike some of the other positions that have been cut. And the COVID money was spent specifically on those purposes authorized under the CARES Act. And that did not allow us to do, just anything with the money the way we could with general fund money. So I can't speak for the big college on the other side of the hill, but at the little place that I work, the cuts have been real, even at stage 2.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader Summers, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On in support of the amendment. I really don't like any of these step 3 cuts, and I think we have the opportunity to put some money back in, reevaluate, what our economy looks like next budget, and then come out with a better product than we have now. And I just hate to see us lose these educational programs in our community colleges and in UW. Just, because I do think we have the opportunity to come back. We do have some savings. We are going to have some general fund money left over. So I just hate to see us lose these educational programs. So on in support of the amendment.
Member for their first time, Vice Chair Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I think we found out through this whole process that there's some of this stuff that we shouldn't have taken out. And because it's much harder to put back in once you take it out. And so when each of us look at our community colleges around there and you see that they're losing instructors because they can get paid more going to a K-12 school. There's really not a response for that. And so our approach on JEC was that whatever we come back with on one, meaning you got 2 competing higher educations, and I shouldn't say competing, they really aren't, but you got the community college and the university, and we felt that whatever we done for one, we needed to do the other. But the governor's come out and felt like we whacked the university pretty hard and wants to put some additional in there, and I would just hope that we would support that.
First time, Representative Gray.
First for a second, thank you.
Any other member first time? Member first time, Amendment 39. First time. Second time before the sponsor. Second time before the sponsor. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to present to the body, this is still a $225 million budget, and the Community College Commission biennially and a $392 million budget for state aid at the University of Wyoming with the reduction in there. So, what you don't hear is what is going to be the difference if this is restored? And they might try to speculate and say, well, it's everything that so far has been reduced, but you don't know that. You don't know that. At the end of the day, these are block grants. And so building that connection is unclear. And I would just say that these are already hardy budgets. And I think that restoring these reductions is the wrong way to go. So I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Any of the members second time? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, just very honestly, I know these cuts firsthand, right? I think many of you know I used to work at one of these. And my job ended in June, along with 15 other jobs in my community, right? The cuts were real and they were felt. The state government, most of those were vacant positions. Yes, we had some contracts that ended that hurt jobs in all of our communities. But the cuts of the community colleges took were very, very real. The cuts of the university have took were real. People I know that I am friends with who are now looking for work, right? And so I don't imagine if we don't continue to cut further that that money will be used to put their jobs back. But I wonder, is this, I mean, this is what I thought about at 3 a.m. this morning, right? This is what it feels for a family like in poverty and crisis where they're trying to make ends meet. And you can't even think about what the future is going to be of this state, right? We're not at the point where we can say, hey, what is a long-term plan? What is growth? It used to be, it's going to be education, right? We're going to invest not only in K-12, which we invest a lot of money in, and you've heard me on the floor many times, that it's a community college gap, right? You look at where we are in high school graduation rate, and you look at where we are in bachelor's rate, but it's that 2-year associate's degree. We're like 48th in the country. And that's the major gap. When we're like, what's the future of this state going to be? I told you last week, the demographics of this state, they are ugly in 20 years, right? No more young people, no more young families. They're all retirees who are going to be asking for more money in the budget to help the elderly, right? So in the midst of all of this crisis planning on trying to not spend any more money, but not raise any taxes, we've lost this. The good chairman of revenue always talks about what's the vision, right? And I don't know what the vision is right now, but I know it always deals with education. In every society throughout history, the way societies progress is through education. And so, yeah, this is $13 million. It's not making or breaking anything, but we can't just keep cutting the future and the resource, right? Especially with what we're doing with K-12 education. We spend all this money and at 18, we drop them. And we can't keep them going through the pipeline. And then we certainly can't keep them in our state. And then we can't attract good jobs, right? It all starts right here. The vision, the planning, what we're going to do, you got to invest in education and we can't keep cutting it. So I would strongly encourage your support for this amendment.
Any other member, second time before the sponsor, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And just a little bit more information. So last month, the chief executive, along with the university and the community colleges, had a public announcement, basically adopting and moving forward with what they call the WIN program. The WIN program, it's to develop economic initiatives to strengthen the state's workforce, promote entrepreneurship, actively support economic growth and diversification. And it's got a unique component to it because it makes them work together, particularly the community colleges and UW, to accomplish these goals. And so it's kind of a unique program. And basically, he's directing these funds to help with that effort. So in addition to that, and because of previous discussions, I ask that you support this amendment.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 39, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment has been adopted. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 38 aye, 22 no.
By your vote, you've adopted Amendment 39, House Bill 1. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading Amendment number 12. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1. Ask for your aye vote, please. Folks, this is just, if you'll note, I don't have the bill in front of me, but if you'll note on the condensed version, under our office, which oversees our state lands, there's a footnote in which there's been 500,000 taken out of our weed control program for noxious weeds and pests. And so, folks, this is simply an amendment that would restore some of that funding. And I'm not trying to pick on anything in particular, but I think that we have a genuine burgeoning problem in the north central and the northeast part of the state when it comes to noxious weeds and invasive species, invasive grass species and such. And it is beginning to cause a tangible detrimental economic effect on our grazing and also, for that matter, on tourism, because it's harming the wildlife. And so when wildlife are driven off of land because the invasive species move in and it's either not nutritious for them or it's not what they like to eat, they go elsewhere. And so it causes an impact to hunting and the like there as well. Also, depending on what the species is, there's an increase in fire danger. So I bring this amendment because I think that this that this is a program that needs to be as fully funded as it can, because again, it's a burgeoning issue and it's only going to get worse. And so any cuts now is going to be felt, writ large down the road. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for the first time? Representative Schwartz and then Representative Oakley. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to divide this amendment. Lines 1 and 2 being Division 1 and lines 4 through 9 being Division 2.
Just want to confirm, we're on 212 or 2012, 1 and 2, Division 1. 3 through the rest of the page, Division 2. Is that correct, Chairman or Representative Schwartz?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Yeah, no, he actually. Mr. Speaker.
It is divisible. Please proceed. Which one would you like to go with?
Just for clarification, Division 2 was lines 4 through 12, correct?
3 through 12, 4 through 12, you can have either one. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So which division would you like to begin with?
Division 1.
Division 1, please proceed.
Thank you,
Representative
sir.
Schwartz.
So on and against Division 1, what this does, this takes out funding from public television. They've already taken a cut almost of 15% of 440,000. This additional cut would be almost devastating to them. And I just want to make sure you understand exactly what this entity does. It's not many of the shows that you might see that are produced nationally. This is what happens here in Wyoming. So among other things that they do, they have provided all the live streaming of our committees and our hearings. I'm assuming that right now I am being shown by a Wyoming public television, which right there is an incredible service. Yes, I should smile more for the camera. They also provide coverage of this session in terms of interviews with legislatures, I would be willing, I don't want to wager, I would be willing to guess that many of you all have been on the television shows when they try and relay to the residents of Wyoming what this legislature does. My favorite part of what they do are the documentaries. And they are about many different things. I enjoy them immensely. My favorite, which I encourage you all to see, was about a great snowstorm that happened a little over 70 years ago. If you haven't seen it, you can see it on their website. It's just amazing to see what Wyoming went through and how they dealt with an unbelievable crisis caused by bad weather. Additionally, there would be cuts to their engineering, which means they can't actually do maintenance on their towers and their transmitters. So even if they're able to produce these wonderful documentaries, you might not be able to see them in your homes. So I just want you all to be sure you understand what it is this cut will be for, and consider it seriously. So I am on and against Division 1.
Any other member for the first time, Division 1, Representative Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to push back on this hard. I can live with that. But before I step away here, I just wanted to point out, I agree with the former speaker. That was a great documentary. I think it was well done. But part of the point of this is to say that that the issue that this addresses as to where we're shifting that other money toward noxious weeds, we need to get on top of that problem before it becomes a documentary. So that being said, I can live with voting this down. Thank you.
Any other member for the first time, Representative Oakley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also speaking on and against, and I was going to say a lot of the things that the good representative from the western side of the state, so I won't belabor it too much, but truly we'd be looking at a devastating cut to Wyoming PBS. Going down to, this would go down to a single producer, a single videographer. They have partnered with state agencies, live streaming services, as mentioned, our face-to-face committee hearings, the banking division. And those live streams have been viewed over 30,000 times for more than 11,500 hours. He mentioned a couple different, telling Wyoming stories. They've been broadcast online and seen over 2.25 million times. I was going to start out to say, and I suppose this works with the division, but we've talked a lot about robbing Peter to pay Paul. And here I'm just not sure why we would need to rob the good servants of television who really do provide an incredible service. The live press conferences from the executive during this last year's pandemic, which was probably one of the leading ways that the citizens of Wyoming learned about that. And I don't know why we'd cut that for noxious weeds. And again, that does not mean I am all for that, which is why I guess the division works, but that seems like a fairly arbitrary cut. This kind of seems to come out of nowhere. This would be another 15%, 3 FTEs from their staff of 19. Anyway, it would just be a devastating cut for an agency or a group, not an agency, but that provides just an incredible service for the state of Wyoming. So for the division, right? No, against, again, I'm against. I thought dividing it was good. Anyway.
Thank you very much. Any member for their first time? Other member for their first time, Representative Stivar, first time, Division 1.
On and for Division 1.
Thank you. Any other member on the division? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the division, in the effort of transparency, I didn't come here to do the people's work so that the people couldn't see what I was doing. I think that we need to ensure that we can get information out to the public. So in the effort of transparency, I urge you to vote against this division.
Any other member for their first time, second time before the sponsor, second time before the sponsor, second time before the sponsor, to the divider.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Schwartz.
Speaker. I would just once again urge you all to vote no on Division 1.
Members, we're voting on House second reading amendment number 12, Division 1, which is lines 1 through 3. Division 1, lines 1 through 3. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Division has failed. We're now in Division 2, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am in favor of Division 2. I too believe that controlling noxious weeds is important and spend the money up front, because if this fails, we will be spending a lot more down the road. So in favor of Division 2.
Any other member, first time Division 2, first time Division 2, saying no one, Division 2, second time. Members, we're voting on Division 2, second reading amendment number 12. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. It is an increase in funds. Chief Clerk, would you please call roll on Division 2, second reading 12?
Andrew. Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 33 aye, 27 no.
By your vote, you have adopted Division 2. What amendment was that? Division 2 of second reading amendment number 12. So members, I think it's probably a good time to maybe just stand at ease for 20 minutes or so, stretch your legs. We are not Representative Brown. Privilege?
Yes, privilege, please, Mr.
Please
Speaker.
proceed.
Actually, as you say that, Mr. Speaker, I think it'd be a great time to stand up and rise and clap our hands together for our men's basketball team, who had a historic victory today and beat San Jose State 111-80. So go Cowboys.
Thank you, Representative. So members, I intentionally did not order food because I did not want you to get too comfortable this evening. So there is limited amount of, as you know, snacks in the break room. We will stand at ease until 6:30, and then we're going to go right back to work. So either walk quickly to taco, whatever you want, or get something out of the break room. But we will start back again at 6:30. The house is at ease. The House will please come to order. I have a couple privileges. I'll start with Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Extend on my privilege. Appreciate it. I just want to announce the Green River High School Wolves cheer team will become the first Wyoming team ever to compete in the Universal Cheerleaders Association at the National Cheerleading Competitions at Walt Disney World in April. So I want to give them a round of applause, please.
Good for the Wolves. Well done. Congratulations. Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to mention that the Wyoming Cowgirls, led by Worland's Tommy Olson and Lyman's McKinley Bradshaw, are playing for the Mountain West Championship tonight.
Good luck, Cowgirls. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to announce that the House Republican Caucus has been postponed until next week. So next week, same time, same place. Thank you.
Got a bipartisan round of applause. Tripartisan, everybody's part of it. Everybody's part of this. All right, members, we're on second reading, House Bill 1. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 13, Representative Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I hope to continue.
Members, I want to point out that there is a corrected copy, and the corrected copy is the one on the website. The only difference is the page number on line 7 is page 58 on the corrected copy, and on the original copy is 59. So there, and the corrected copy online does not say corrected copy, if those of you remember being here before, but that online is the corrected copy. And if you want to correct yours on line 7, strike 58 or 59 and put 58. Representative Brown, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an effort to try to keep the round of applause going, I withdraw this amendment.
I'll give you another half an hour break. What else do you want to do? Next amendment is second reading 14. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second amendment reading number 14 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, if you turn to page 58 of the bill, line number 13, you'll see a $10 million general fund appropriation dependent on a one-to-one match from booster organizations and individuals that we passed last year pre-COVID. The current University of Wyoming budget for intercollegiate athletics that we can see is about $33 million per year. And I say that we can see because the University of Wyoming has been operating under a block grant since the mid-1990s. So we look from the outside in, and it's difficult to know exactly how much is made with t-shirt sales and property rentals and television revenue, and the list goes on. So we work with what we can find out. Right now, honestly, we don't even know how many employees the university has. So operating under the presumption that an agency would spend about half of an appropriation each year, this amendment addresses half of the original appropriation. So it's addressing $5 million. And it says, in order to get the remaining $5 million by academic year 2021 and 2022, we want you to recruit more Wyoming kids, and we want at least 30% of the athletes at the University of Wyoming to be from the state of Wyoming. And I would direct you to the handout that I placed in your box earlier today. And what that is it's just a short spreadsheet, and it shows how many athletes there are in each division and how many come from the state of Wyoming. And this is something that if you go to the second page, I just go to the university website and just count them out and just look and see where they are and count them out. So the very first one in order to avoid the pitchforks and torches, we'll avoid, in fact, we won't even talk about the first two, but then you can go to men's cross country. Of 14, 5 come from the state of Wyoming. Men's golf of 10, 3 come from the state of Wyoming. Track and field of 40, 20 come from the state of Wyoming, so 50%. Men's swimming and diving, and you'll hear a lot about the pool, Corbett Pool, which was there when I went to the university. Of 24 kids on the men's swimming and diving team, 2 come from the state of Wyoming. 2. You can go down, women's basketball, we just talked about that. Out of 15 players, 5 from the state of Wyoming. Cross country, 7. Women's golf, 2. Women's soccer, 7. Women's swimming and diving, 11. Women's track and field, 24. Women's tennis, out of 8 players, none of them are from the state of Wyoming. None of them. Women's volleyball, 2 of them. So the second half of the amendment is more of a statement because it goes on to say that after this allocation has been gone through, which I presume that the university will do that pretty quickly, that in the future, and there's no dollars tied to it, we'd like to have at least half of the kids coming from the state of Wyoming. And so that's the question that's before you, is what's the proper ratio? It's our university. We heard earlier that budgets are people, and this budget deals with our kids. And how many of our kids should be involved in Wyoming athletics, and how many should come from out of state? Now, I did bring this last year, and in fact, somebody asked me if I was bucking for the 2 worst budget amendments ever by bringing this again, which hurt, but I said, yeah, you know, hey. And I'll just tell you that when I got home, of all the things that happened, this is the one that I had the most people come up to me and say, right on, that is exactly, it's been the same problem for years and years and years. So there's something here. So I put together, with due respect to a former host of a popular late show, I put together a little top 10 list, but I cut it down to 5. And so these are the reasons that were brought last time. So we don't have to repeat them. We can keep going and get things over. But reason number 5, brings in more out-of-state kids for socializing. Hey, I'm not making this up. I'm just reporting what I heard. Reason number 4, we bring in athletes from out of state because they stay here and help diversify the economy. Reason number 3, it's better for our Wyoming athletes to go out of state because they get a better collegiate experience out of state. Reason number 2, well, it's better now than it used to be. And reason number 1, drum roll, Wyoming kids just can't be competitive in NCAA Division I athletics. And when I went to high school, in my graduating class, when I asked, hey, how come nobody's being recruited to the university? That's what I heard. Wyoming kids just can't be competitive in Division I athletics. And it's the same excuse. So I would ask for your favorable consideration. Again, it's not trying to take any money away. It's just putting a condition on that we want you to start recruiting some Wyoming kids. And we want you to go from currently 22% to 30%. And as appropriators and legislators, I think it's time for us to start making those decisions and start sending a message to the university. What is the right ratio? Maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 8%. I don't know. That's for the body to decide. But I think that 30% is a bare minimum. So I would ask for your favorable consideration on that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment, anyone for their first time on the amendment? Not an alternate amendment, the amendment. Thank you. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, the biggest problem with this is an amendment to the budget. This is trying to set legislative policy and you do it by a bill.
You don't put it in a budget, because it only lasts for 2 years when it's in the budget. And actually, this one only lasts for 1 year. So there's no real logic to having this particular issue in this particular place. So on and against.
On the amendment. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and would encourage a no vote on this. The Good School Over the Hill is recruiting in every community throughout the state, looking for those kids that want to come to the university and that want to be the student athletes at the university. The issue is not all of those students want to go to the university. They go to schools all over the country for whatever reason I can't answer. But to put a number in the sand that they have to meet this is also telling the kids around the state, you have to go to the university. Let them make those choices. The other thing I would offer is the university and our good community college system proportionately receive about the same amount of money in state aid. Yet I don't see an amendment here telling the community colleges that they must recruit at the same level. And I was home over the weekend and I looked at the roster for our local community college, and there are very few on the men's side and on the women's side on the basketball team from the great state of Wyoming. And on the women's side, there's very few from the great country of the United States. So I don't see the amendment to do this to the community colleges. So I'd encourage a no vote on this. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any member for their first time, other members for their first time before the sponsor to the sponsor, second time sponsor. Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 14, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has failed. Next amendment for consideration is second reading 15. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members of the 66th, excuse me, members of the 66th, as I got ready to present this, I remembered something that happened 9 to 10 years ago. I think there are only half a dozen of us who were here then. I came to this podium and asked this body to have some vision and foresight on where the future of Wyoming would go. And it was a long stretch. I mean, there were people in this room who, as a freshman, scared the daylights out of me. Some of them still do. And I asked them to make a small investment in the School of Energy Resources for something at the time was called rare earths. And I had to explain to what those were. The body did have that vision and foresight, provided some small amounts of research money to the School of Energy Resources for rare earths. That small amount of money has doubled 80, or not even doubled, it's 80 times over in research grants to SCR. We have a research facility that was recently to be centered in the northeast part of the state. That federal agency that handles energy is looking at putting a satellite office in the state. UW and the School of Energy Resources is now on that list of world-class research facilities for those materials. We're also looking at to be built in the near future, probably a production facility in Wyoming. I think that investment paid off. And what I'm asking you to do with this is have the same foresight and the same vision for the future that the people who sat in this room 10 years ago had. And I'm asking you to fund the School of Energy Resources $1 million for research and a chair of excellence, a center of excellence in hydrogen resources. And I sent all of you an article earlier today, well, probably closer to this evening, about the size of what that industry is going to look like. And the School of Energy Resources is really poised to be a leader in that area of transportation and storage of hydrogen. Producing hydrogen is kind of completed science. There may be a few quirks here and there. Somebody can come up with a little better method. But storage and transportation are the things that are really the issues right now. Wyoming is a leader in storage in rocks and in transportation when you look at some of the things we've done in the past. And that right now there are numerous requests for proposals, requests for information, requests for grants out there that Wyoming could participate in. And so with that, that's the amendment in a nutshell, and I ask for your favorable vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Any member for their first time? Member for their first time, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And maybe I missed it, but I didn't understand where this $1 million was coming from, other funds. So is this taken out of their block grant? I just missed it. Sorry.
Any other member first time? Any other member first time? First time, second time to the sponsor. Bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to answer that question, it would come from the LSRA. I would tell you S10, but that's what the LSRA is. And with that, I'll call for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 15, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has not passed. It's failed. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading of number 16, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 16 of House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I guess I want to preface for some of the newer members. So when I joined 2 years ago, I did help with some of the blockchain bills, but I think what I wanted to do the most was make sure that those blockchain bills that came through the 2 years that I was in were safe for Wyoming, that they moved the ball forward for Wyoming in creating a new industry, but they didn't hurt Wyoming at the same time. So I always wanted to make sure that I took baby steps. And so I just want to put that framing in for you to make sure that I'm not trying to ask you for something crazy, because there's a lot of words here that will take a long time for me to try to explain if I really wanted to explain it in depth. But what I want to do is really frame what the amendment before you would do. So a staking pool, the way I would describe it is essentially the cryptocurrency version of a treasury bond. You will put some amount of investment in, and it will create dividends in return. The benefit that the cryptocurrency gets, unlike a treasury bond, they're not spending it. What they're doing is they're using it to secure the network of cryptocurrency. And that's the benefit that the cryptocurrency gets in return for giving you dividends on your investment. So essentially, it's a long-term investment. You put it in, you can't take it out for a while, but at the end, then you can take back out your investment. And so in the amendment here, we're doing it with SIPA dollars, so not general fund dollars, and we're doing it with the one-to-one match. So there are companies waiting in the wings to match this money because they want to make sure that the University of Wyoming is leading the charge here, and they want to make sure that they're part of it. So not only will the match happen, so you'll get 100% return on your investment, the long-term benefit is that, one, you get the educational benefit of having the staking pool and a node in the University of Wyoming, as well as the return over the course of time with dividends. And then at the end, you can take back out the money. So again, I'm saying this is an investment, which is why it's coming out of the strategic investment and projects account. And I would ask for your favorable consideration. I'm willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Chairman Wilson, first time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I'm going to confess that I'm not really sure what the bringer of this amendment said. However, I'm actually going to vote for it. And the reason I trust him is because I have noticed that this year and last year, he nearly always votes against the expansion of gambling. And I hate gambling. And so therefore, if he voted against gambling and he likes this, it must be good.
Thank you. Any other member for the first time? Representative Duncan?
Thank you,
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment because it is doubling the investment immediately. It's a 1-for-1 win. So I'm on and for this amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have a little more comfort. I hear of the great investment and the quick return, but I don't see anything in here where it would return $10 million to the general fund. And if that would make me feel better, we're funding it with SIPA dollars, which we've spent, or we have those committed. And so I think if, and I'm like the good chairman of labor, I think this guy was talking some other kind of language, but I too trust him. The structure of it. I also have a little, why, if he would answer the question, I don't know why, if this is a public traded process, why it's going through the University of Wyoming, which is not a public, I get a little angst there. Why are we having them engage in doing this public thing? So at this point, I would say, Mr. Chairman, that I would oppose.
Thank you. Representative Olson, first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a few things on this. I think the last speaker just brought out, I really want to talk about the funding source to this because that's the Strategic Investment Projects Account, the SIPA account, which if nothing changes whatsoever from this point forward in your Capcom bill, the SIPA has 4.2 million left in it. So not quite the 10 million we hoped for, but if some things change on your capital construction bill, then maybe there's $10 million there. But the idea, going back to the general fund question, well, we're not taking money from the general fund, not necessarily guaranteeing that the dollars go back into the general fund. The investment off of this sits in a separate account. That's what the bottom of the amendment discusses, is that there's a reserve, or is basically a reserve account where this will sit. So, future legislators could absolutely decide what to do with that reserve account. No different than we decide now what to do with the different reserve accounts that we have. If you use it to backfill general fund, then you can backfill general fund. If you want to use it to balance your general fund, you can do that. If you want to use it for K through 12 education, I suppose you can do that. It's not obligated. It's a reserve account. So I think that's important when you think about it. I think to clarify the and return on our dollar, what I think was meant by that statement is that it's a 1-to-1 match. So no money is appropriated until private money is raised. And the reason why the university comes into play here is there's a lot of different reasons. And I think the good bringer from Jackson will probably speak a little more to that. But one of the reasons is simply because we're pretty certain we already have the first $10 million investor. That's why we brought the amendment to you. It's not, hey, let's bring this and hope that an investor shows up. It's that investor has already showed up. And so the university is the incubator where the technology is driven, where and frankly, where that investor would be interested. So there's a lot of reasons for that. But at the end of the day, what I really want the body to focus on is that this is a SIPA fund. No dollars are spent unless you have an investment. So you vote for it, there's no loss. If this had, just to give you an example, if you look at the top 3 publicly traded cryptocurrencies on the market right now, and I think any of you could do a search on any of those and figure out what the dollar amount is. But if you had taken the top 3 1 year ago, I don't even know, hundreds of millions of dollars would be sitting in this reserve account right now. So, there's a little bit behind on that, but I think we can make that up. So on and for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Western, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So
I know everyone's kind of confused about nodes and staking pools and all that stuff. Think of it as this. We put this 10 million bucks in there. And in terms of its security and safety, think of it as a cryptocurrency treasury note in terms of its stability and its reliability. Not a ton of risk, and there's a lot of upside. Basically, what we're doing is using the university as an institution in these nodes as basically a clearinghouse of authenticity and saying our brand is strong enough, it's solid enough that you can trust that our record here as a clearinghouse. And then because of that, we will get paid for it. As long as we continue to do what we say we do and have this node be a reputable one of integrity, the value of it will continue to go up. And that's how we get a return on this investment. So think of it as in those terms. So I strongly encourage you guys to vote aye. Thank you.
Representative Stiff, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just a question for the good representative from District 16, because I don't understand any of this. If a cryptocurrency staking pool is something that allows multiple stakeholders to pool their computational resources, if that's what it is, so that they maximize their chances of getting a reward when they hash out the solution for a given problem, okay, if that's what it is, what's the university actually going to be doing? Is it just getting into the business of being a cryptocurrency processor? Is the university just going into the business of doing this? I mean, this is a new line of business, as though we're, instead of selling shoes, we're going to be doing cryptocurrency staking pools?
Members for the first time, Representative Ottman, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, we had spoke a little bit about this today. What I was wondering is, since this is going to be an investment and it'll be warehoused or use the name of the university, where is it going to be? Where's all the bookkeeping going to be? I mean, are we going through the treasurer's department? Are we going to have certificates? Are we going to go through the Secretary of State's office for business licensing? I mean, just how's that going to work? Thank you.
Any other member, first time? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to like this amendment, and I don't want to kill it on you, but I have a pretty serious question that I think I know the answer to that's going to be an issue. On line 22, we're saying the matching dollars for this can come from a private entity donating cash or donating cryptocurrency. And so we are establishing a policy, because I'm just going to go out on a limb here and guess that some of this might be coming in cryptocurrency. That's a new thing for us, right? For the legislature to say, you know, we're taking what we consider cash and we're going to use that one-to-one match for someone paying us in a cryptocurrency. And if you could just validate that for me, that it is likely or unlikely, and what exactly the ramifications might be in doing so. And also, I just want to make sure this is in the budget. So if they don't get this full 10 million in the next 12 months, then it stays in the budget and we're not really out anything, which I like. But if you could address the payment on cryptocurrency, I'd be appreciative.
Thank you. Representative Baker, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. It would actually be a benefit if that were to take place, I think, because I think what we've seen is that this is continuing to increase. Talk about diversification and allowing us to invest our funds and actually go out on a limb. Let's take a chance. This is a small chance for a huge possible return. Some of these are projected to possibly even triple this year. So why wait?
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time. Representative Roscoe, welcome. First time today, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the bringer, if they would, just maybe explain to the rest of us. I'm a little confused about the acceptance of cryptocurrency, maybe on world markets and banks and larger corporations, and just sort of the acceptance of this currently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Member for their first time? Member for their first time? Members for their second time? Second time before the sponsor. Chairman Olson?
Yeah, it's hard because I wanted to address a few things, Mr. Chairman, and I think some good points have been raised on what you do with these funds after they start to accumulate. And I guess, why doesn't the amendment speak to that? Suppose we could have come up, I referenced K through 12 education, I referenced the general fund. I guess SIPA would be another reference. You would pay back your investor what you asked to invest. I think that's all logical. When you have an investment account, you typically leave your investment in the account and continue to invest it. I guess that's the theory. I don't know that anything stops this body on third reading from coming back and amending this to pay back the initial 10 million or do whatever you want. You could allocate any number you want to any account. So to answer those questions, I just really think that's a decision for the body and the decision for future legislatures. So the theory behind the amendment wasn't to bind anyone with that. And I think that's it, Mr. Speaker, on for the amendment. Thank you.
Any other member for their second time? Representative Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a brilliant way to put our money where our mouth is, to literally show the world that here we are all about this new currency, all about our blockchain laws, all about how we're putting ourselves to the forefront. And here we are investing in this technology and we're putting ourselves out there for the world. So on and for the amendment.
Any other member for their second time? Chairman Zwanitzer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think they sold me, but it's really in my mind, I just looked, there's no other universities that I believe have jumped to this step. And if we're the first university in the world, because it's a big deal in the world and people are looking at Wyoming already. I'm not sure it's worth 10 million, but it's worth a couple million to be the first and get the publicity and the notoriety to attract these people around the world to our university and try this out. I've been here a long time and we've tried some pretty interesting things with multiple millions of dollars that have not gone so well. But this one, if it's a one-year thing and we can match it, it's going to be pretty cool.
Any other member for their second time to the sponsor? Representative Yoon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer a couple of questions, why use the university? I think the reason to use the university is one, for the educational purpose, right? So this is a new technology. We want to teach kids how to do it so they can start businesses in Wyoming and keep moving forward with the technology that we've started here in the university. So we have a crypto program already, and so this kind of fits right into there. The answer about what happens with the bookkeeping. So this isn't really, and this will also answer the question of whether we're starting a business. This isn't really a business. So all the bookkeeping will be done digitally. It'll just be a computer program essentially that runs on a server. The question of whether this is a business, the majority of it will be the investment that we put in. So it won't, while we are a staking pool, that does mean that we could accept other people to join us in our stake. That doesn't necessarily mean we would be selling certificates or anything like that. I think all of that administration can be done in-house. And in the bill, right now, the dividends are directed towards covering the cost of operation and administration, and then to also support the blockchain programs that are in the university. I'm more than happy to consider amendments on how we redirect the dividends from that. I do think it's worthwhile to at least cover the cost of administration operations, but there's going to be way more than that cost that we can divert in other places if we so choose as the legislature. And when we talk about accepting cryptocurrency, yes, I think we would be one of the first times that we would accept cryptocurrency. It would generally be at the exchange rate of whatever that cryptocurrency is, because it still has to match dollar for dollar, every dollar that we put in. And then, yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, I do want to say that this is one where I've had the opinion that we need to move slowly, we need to move safely. I don't think I would even have brought this amendment forward if I didn't think that we had the dollar for dollar match. Because of the dollar for dollar match, for me, it's a great investment. Oh, and the second question that I remembered, which was what is the time period if we're talking about it being like a treasury bond? So that actually depends on the cryptocurrency. We're specifying up to 3 cryptocurrencies that are publicly traded. That puts the choice of that to the university's blockchain program, because they're the experts there that know the best way to do it. If we want to set a time frame, I think that's useful. We can put it in the bill in a third reading amendment. And I'm happy to work with anyone that would like to do that, so we can make sure that we get our investment back. But it really depends on which cryptocurrency. So that could be a period of 1 year to 5 years, et cetera. And then I will ask for your favorable consideration and hope we can finish up second reading pretty quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 16, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chairs in doubt. All those ayes, please rise. Folks, please stand still. If you're an aye, please remain standing. People were moving. With the ayes, please stand and stand still. Those opposed? The amendment has failed. 2832. Thank you, Representative Yim. The next amendment for our consideration is 17, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, members, I bring to you second reading amendment to House Bill 1, Amendment 17. What this amendment does is it.
Please move the amendment.
Yes, I move second reading amendment to House Bill 1, number 17.
Thank you.
Members, what this amendment does, you recall we had a discussion during our virtual session about House Bill 49, which raised various fees in various agencies. The proposal in the original bill there was to have probationers pay for the cost of their own supervision. And this body thought that that was carrying a good joke a little too far, and that was defeated. So in the budget data book, the director of the Department of Corrections had wanted to use those probationer fees to pay for a couple of probation officers who would supervise those probationers. Well, because that has been stripped out of House Bill 49, that money is not available. That would have raised about $1 million according to the fiscal note that we, in House Bill 49, the agency is now asking for $373,000. So about a third of what the fees would have raised, and asking for an increase in positions, 6 FTEs. If you recall, this agency may have the most reductions in payroll, 167. So what the director is saying is, please, we've cut 167 positions. We'd like to get 6 back for probation services so they can do offender management, it would still have 161 full-time cuts in this agency. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Any questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Second reading 17. Any questions on the amendment? Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So it was really kind of remarkable what this agency brought in terms of cuts, $27 million. And it's just such there's a new director, just changed the whole direction of this agency. But he was relying on those funds in order to get to that 27 million. And so because we in this body just said, no, you can't use these additional fees, then we have to give him that money back. Otherwise, he's just going to have to take it out of his budget. But he forecasted there was that $27 million cuts on us passing those additional fees on probation and parole. So on in favor of the amendment.
Any other member first time, 17, second time, seeing no one. Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 17, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. It is an increase. It will be a roll call vote.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stybar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Greer. Aye to no. Provenza. Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 35 aye, 25 no.
Members, by your vote, you have adopted second reading and amendment number 17. Next amendment, 18, Representative Washit.
Evening, members. I bring you second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what I'm asking for here is a little bit of parity. When you look at the district attorney for judicial district number 1 and compare it to the district attorney in judicial district number 7 up in my county, you'll see that even though the workload is fairly similar between the two offices, the office in District 1 is staffed with 22 full-time equivalent folks, and the district attorney in House District 7 only has 18. The reality is that our district attorney in Natarona County is not prosecuting some misdemeanor cases simply because they don't have enough staff. And whenever one of the prosecutors calls in sick or goes on vacation, they're in scramble mode. They are literally thinner than I think most people want to admit. And when it comes to public safety and crime control, that's always been one of the hallmarks of conservatives, right? Law and order kinds of folks. And we're having trouble taking care of law and order in Judicial District number 7. And I just ask you to allow us to fund one additional attorney position, 169,000 and some change. And with that, I urge your and I vote.
Any member for their first time? First time? Chairman Nicholas, first time.
On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, the difference between the personnel in the two offices is that Casper chooses to have, the city chooses to have more attorneys and less paralegals and other and investigators. So if you have paralegals and investigators, you pay them less. So you can have basically more personnel with the equivalent budgets. But more importantly, this isn't about who has more in one town or the other. This is about each agency taking 6% cuts. And so both of these took only 6% cuts as compared to the 15% of most other agencies. So they're already getting a sizable break. And so I think that in all fairness, we treated them pretty good, and so on and against.
Any other member first time? Any other member first time? Seeing none, to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at your budget cheat sheet, page 37, you'll notice about halfway down the page that Judicial District number 7 got $439,950 in general fund added. And then you look down at the bottom of the page, Judicial District number 7, nothing similar. Okay, so we're just asking for one position for law and order. Thank you.
All right, members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 18, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed? The remaining 11 plus of the House. Thank you, members. Amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment is 19. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I want to talk to you about a little savings account that very few of you know about. It was frankly a dumb bill that I carried and passed, and I kind of regret. And I'll just take you back 5 years. Remember, we had the prison crisis. Prison in Rollins had to be replaced. It was all falling down, and well, we fixed it. And so remember, I ran a bill to take 50 million of SIPA a year to save because we thought within 5 years we're going to build a new prison. And then we figured out, well, we don't have to do that. So then the next year I ran a bill to drop that 50 down to 10 million. So we got this little savings account. We're putting 10 million out of SIPA. That's today's investment dollars to be used for today's people to be held for 20 years out in the future. And it's not making much money for us. And meanwhile, the cost of construction in schools and in your homes and everything else keeps going up 8-9% a year. And so all I want to do with this amendment is to take the 20 million that's in there and move it over to the school capital construction account. It has a $50 million deficit. And then the 10 million that's going to tip to that account again on July 1, you can see in October to grab that in October. It takes about 90 days to get the all investment information through. This is a little sub account in the SIPA. It's the first 10 million of SIPA that's trying to be saved for like 20 some years to build a prison. Here's what we did in the 80s when we built the current prison. We borrowed the money, bonded it. Same thing we did in 2000. We built the prison, Torrington. We borrowed the money,
So same thing we did with the women's prison in Lusk. We borrowed the money. And same thing we did when we built the Capitol and all your courthouses and every one of your, and so I think to take today's money should be going for today's uses. And before we talk about raising taxes or anything else. So welcome any discussion and stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Discussion on the amendment. Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my good friend, the chairman of Revenue means well, and I can understand where he's coming from with this. However, I can guarantee you now it'll be about 17 years since we set up this account. We will need to build a new penitentiary. We don't have a choice. Its life expectancy will be up. We've put about 10 million into it to keep it running until then. And we started setting this money away, like we set it away for this building. Most people don't realize a lot of the money for this building was set aside long before any of us were here. They started, so that it was available. Estimates are that penitentiary will probably cost about 220 million, 230 million to build. With the earnings on that account and putting 10 million a year in, we'll be somewhere near there come time to replace it. And it's planning for the future. So I would ask you to defeat the amendment. And yes, we borrowed money. We put bonds out to build the penitentiary. And then coal bed methane kicked in and we paid those bonds off early. This is planning for the future. It really is. To put that money aside so that we can do what we need to do for construction. Yes, we do a lot of work on schools already, but we do need to plan for construction of that penitentiary come 2037 roughly. And if we don't, I don't know what we do with the inmates. As I've offered, well, most of you weren't here. I offered one time, we could assign 3 or 4 of them to you personally, and you can keep them. Other than that, where do you house them? And most people forget about our penitentiaries. That's the end of the judicial system. They go to trial. If a person is found innocent, they're released. If they're found guilty of a felony, they go to the penitentiary. And there is a difference, by the way. You go to prison for felonies, you go to jail for misdemeanors. So, but I would ask you to defeat this, plan for the future. We will need it. That account has 20 million in it right now. And it grows at the rate the rest of our investments grow, from best I understand, on the money set aside. It's pooled money. So, and we are scheduled to put another 10 million in come July. Thank you.
Thank you. There's some members right behind the bar that are going to be in the camera. So would you ask them to step out of the camera when you start your testimony, your debate? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm actually going to be a no vote on this. And for the simple reason of what my good desk mate just said here. And actually, I'm going to quote the bringer of this amendment that, if you sit back and look at what we've done here. And we only got to do this because the members that came before us had the foresight to start putting money into a savings account to start the project that we have in this beautiful renovated Capitol. And it was that savings account that got us to the point where we said, you know what, we have a big enough savings account, and we have a good enough chunk of money right now that we can go ahead and do some of these life safety measures. I don't want to come back in another 2, 4, 15 years. I don't know how long that penitentiary is going to last, but all I know is it was underneath a lot of scrutiny there for a long time. I don't want to have to come back trying to scrounge to find a couple $100 million when we've got an account ready to go for this exact reason. We know what's going to happen. I actually think this was a brilliant idea. If you carried it when it was happening forward, I appreciate you bringing it forward. I think we need to just let this money sit there. And we know we're going to have to replace it. Trying to take that money out of that account to build a school or fix an auditorium or anything like that right here, right now. We've heard the term robbing Peter to pay Paul. I think we need to vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative Gray, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm for this amendment. I'm gonna be an aye vote on this amendment. I appreciate it's bringing back some deja vu. I remember when the speaker brought this bill, I think that was 2017 or 2018. And I don't know, I think I did a third reading and acting clause, or I definitely was against it then. And so I appreciated him, bringing this amendment and saying, look, we need to go in a different direction. This was always too aggressive. This set aside for this building, it's presupposing that a building that was just built is going to be in trouble at a certain period. And so I always thought it was way too aggressive. When we did the distribution to LEDCA, we protected this 10 million. I wasn't thrilled about that, but at the end of the day, we've got to try to divert to address some of the issue and combine that with the reductions. And that's how we stop this tax increase narrative, which is really going to be damaging for our state. So I'm all for this and trying to bring these dollars into the school capital construction account to place some funding into that account. And this set aside was way too aggressive, and it was presupposing a date when a building will fail it's just too aggressive. So I think this is a good amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Minority Floor Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in favor of this amendment. Several years ago, there was a determination that we had some real problems in our prison, in our maximum security facility. And there was concern that there would not be enough beds and that we were sending inmates out of state, which we did not want to do. There was also at the same time a movement on our Judiciary Committee to look into alternatives to incarceration. A subcommittee was put together from those two committees, and they recommended that we put money aside for a new prison. I didn't like that idea back then, but that was the decision that was made. But you know what we did? We fixed Rollins. We fixed the prison at Rollins. Right? We have a wing at the medium security facility. We were able to bring prisoners home, and notice that what we just did in the 080 budget is we just added money for more field services, right? That we will be doing alternatives to our incarceration. We have that commitment. We don't need to be building a coffee can filled with tens of millions of dollars for a new prison right now. So I'm in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Representative Walters, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to speak a little bit about the school capital construction account. It does have needs, and it's not all brand new construction. And so I guess I'd like to talk a little bit about what does the school capital construction pay for? It pays for charter school leases. It pays for modular leases. It pays for demolition. It pays for the component level projects, which are roofs and HVAC systems and things like that, that your major maintenance dollars don't add up. If you saved them in these small communities and small districts, saved them for many, many years, you couldn't get enough put together to replace that roof. It also pays for the condition needs. When a school is falling apart, it pays to help replace those. And then it does pay for new schools in a capacity needs when they show up. And new schools are not a bad thing when a capacity is driving it. That means our young population is growing and thriving. That means there's young students and communities that are growing and thriving. And so there are needs in this account. That's needs for today. Let's use these dollars for today, and I would encourage your support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so the longer you're here in this body, members, the more your memory, this was a great debate we had 5 years ago, and it hasn't happened this year, but the good former speaker was in favor of this bill, and it was one of the few things the other gentleman from Casper and I agreed upon with the minority leader. And although we haven't seen it, there have been times when the speaker asks someone to come up to the chair and the speaker comes down to speak on a bill and you get told you were wrong and we got to do this. And there's no worse feeling than the speaker coming out of his chair to, be against you. And so to hear the former speaker say, maybe you were right, even though it's been 5 years, is great. I still remember because you will remember which mic you were at when it happened. Let me tell you. My question though, and I think I support this amendment, this is just for the budget. And so the fund stays in place. And so it's 20 million right now, but after the budget in the future, we're going to keep refilling that account. And maybe we'll get lucky, and if we build schools, we won't have to build prisons in 20 years.
Representative Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually was kind of confused and I thought, oh, this isn't good. I'm actually for this amendment. I actually heard from some people who work for this department that there's a spend it or lose it kind of mentality. So I'm really for this amendment. I think it's great. We have a deficit in this new area that this amendment's going to backfill into, and we have some problems. So let's do it. We have it. Let's move it, transfer it. That's what we do in the business world. If we need some funds and we're short, we move accounts around and to fill it where we need to use it. So let's go for it.
Thank you. Any other member? Vice Chairman Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I too support it, and I support it for two reasons. I think it's a good idea, and it's really provided an avenue for the chairman of corporations to vent some emotional scars that has occurred, a burden that he's been carrying for some time. And I just feel like the ice has been broken for him to heal. And so I appreciate the bringer of the amendment for allowing that opportunity here tonight.
Couldn't possibly anybody that would need to speak after that. Any other member? First time, first time, first time, second time, Chairman Burkhart. This is no longer your perch. Get the heck. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of history on the penitentiary. We looked at this about, starting about 8 years ago. The problem with the penitentiary is the way it was built. Half of it actually was rising out of the ground. The other half was literally sinking. And that some of that has been repaired. Some of it has not. The estimate to start with was $80 million for repairs. The group that studied it looked at it and said, okay, we think we can do it a little cheaper. And we did. A lot cheaper, about $12 million. But it wasn't to rebuild it. It wasn't to replace floors or walls. It was to make it structurally as sound as we could to last at least till the end of its original useful life, about 50 years, which puts it out somewhere around 2037, give or take. And that part of that problem was, again, it will never quit moving. We've had forensics engineers look at it and it will continue to move. They will continue to have to replace parts until they have to replace the penitentiary. And that when they got in there to fix the repairs, since then, they've had to replace all the boilers. They went bad. They had to replace the roof. It went bad. They had to do a lot of electrical work. And I guess you could say they've got it to condition as good as they can get. But I think if you lived in a house that constantly moved, constantly cracked windows, you'd be looking at a potential solution. And I think most of us would leave. Remember, the penitentiary houses the worst of the worst in this state. And I admit it was a facetious remark about you can have 2 or 3 to live with you, but what do you do with them? And if we don't have a plan, and there is a federal group that shut down what we call the original pen, we have to shut down the current one. We don't know what we'll do with people, and we'd have to build a new one or continually house them somewhere else. Additionally, the medium security penitentiary has similar problems. Their heating system has sand in it that they cannot remove, so eventually they'll have to replace the entire heating system there. So this is to set aside money so that we have it for those repairs and to replace that building when it's time to replace it. And we have continually tried to rob this account. This is not a piggy bank that we should be going after constantly. The original discussion was to set the money aside so that it would be there when we needed it. And with that, I'd ask you to defeat the amendment.
Any other member second time? Was that a reenactment, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, so fun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To
Please
wrap-
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to wrap this up. I just really, I fondly don't recall that incident in the temporary capital, but it really should have, it must have been great. It sounded great. You know, I've always been the saver guy, you know, and I got my button out in the car, the 4x10 button, when I was at like second session here, and we're going to double the permanent mineral trust fund. I got all these buttons, gave them to all the members, 4x10, 4 billion by 2010. Everybody said, no way. Boom. And then we went 8x18. Boom. So I've had this thing, and it's now, you know, when I first started in the legislature, it was only like 7% of our income came from revenue from permanent trust. Now it's like over 20%. Huge. So I've been in the saving thing. I even talked about getting all these savings accounts for a new building, new Hathaway building. And I guess I keep coming around now to this. We have this revenue stream off of investments to be used for today's people. And if we put them away for tomorrow's people, that means today's people are going to take a pay cut or we're going to raise their taxes. And so to the good representative from Capital City, I don't think I was totally wrong. But I think, you know, this good evil thing is Abraham Lincoln. I think there's a better way. And I just think 20 years from now, the people that sit in these chairs will figure out the new penitentiary in Rawlins. They'll figure it out. Just like we figured it out in 2002. And now it's our time to figure out some of the school funding issue. And so we'll put today's people to work in our communities for today's children with today's dollars. And I do have a bill to correct that and take that away, that account away. So appreciate the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 19, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. This is not a change in funds, so we'll do a standing division on this. Thank you. Those opposed? Please stand still. This is a one vote count. It appears. If everyone's on the floor. The amendment has failed 29-31. Next amendment for consideration is, well, there you are, 2020. Representative Harshman.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd move second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is the 1% statutory severance. And part of that whole, it's in an OPSTA account right now, and I'd just like to move it into another savings accounts, divide it up, 2/3 into the permanent mineral trust fund reserve account, 1/3 into the common school reserve account. It won't be spent. It's going to sit in an account, and it's not going anywhere. But I think when it hangs out in this OPSTA thing, but the reason really to do this now is to fill up our reserve accounts because it starts to get rid of our paper deficit. We have a real deficit and we have a paper deficit. And when you get out past 3 years, our reserve accounts aren't big enough to guarantee dividends and interest in these savings accounts, permanent mill trust fund, common school account. So we're trying to do like all states. You'll see another amendment coming up to move it from 150 to 225. Cap Finance Committee's working on this, got bills. We're trying to, Utah has 12 times. We only have 2 times. So we're trying to get these reserve accounts bigger, because if you look at the school deficit or even the general fund deficit, after year 3, you see the drop off in investment revenue. It's because these reserve accounts can't guarantee any higher than that. And so again, we've used these reserve accounts, in the last amendment, we talked about the capital. We didn't save for the capital. We borrowed out of the reserve account. We took it right out of the permanent mineral trust fund reserve account, spent it, and put it back over the years. So it's still money that can be spent and used and borrowed against, or however the legislature chooses. But I think more than anything, it starts changing our goldenrod, because our people, I think we tell them, we got this deficit. And then somehow we get saved in the 9th inning all the time. I think they're getting tired of hearing it. And I think then, and we're not going to profile capital gains. I won't go down that stretch, right? Some folks here want to. We've had that battle. I'm 13-0 in that one, I think. So we profile dividends and interest, 2.64%. And then that runs dry in about 3 years. So this is part of that, moving it on to a bigger reserve account, one savings account to another savings account. That's all it is, but it's going to start changing the goldenrod. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Urge your aye vote.
Any member for their first time? Member for their first time? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to stand in support. This was the dream, and I think only the good former speaker and I are still left from 2005, when we decided that we had enough revenues that we were going to grow our investments. And this continues the dream and the policy of this body for as long as I've been here. And we had a lot of discussions, but I think it's appropriate that it's for the children and for the future, and putting this money to grow our investments, I believe is the right policy choice.
Any other member first time? First time? Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the bringer of the amendment, just to make sure I understand this correctly. Obviously, it says 1/3 will go into the common school permanent fund reserve account. Obviously got that. But if I understand correctly, doesn't some of that to meet the SPA go into the income fund for the land fund, which, if I'm not mistaken, also tips into the school foundation program? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Obermuller, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against, if you brought the balance sheet of the state of Wyoming into my office and asked me to opine as to how this balance sheet looked, I would tell you that a business can actually have too much cash. We have $23 billion worth of cash and investments right now. And if you're the state of Wyoming and your view on this is that you want to be small and lean and not grow, you only need so much cash to support that operation. And I would submit to you that $23 billion is plenty to support a small, lean Wyoming. And we look at the needs of the state, and we'll hear about that our highway program is seriously underfunded. And so we have needs for capital dollars out in the road system. We have needs for capital dollars for schools. And so if this was my client in my office, I would say, you need to be thinking about rebalancing this, stop saving so much money, and use it for capital construction around the state. Rebuild the construction industry in this state. Get people working out there. And so I'm just against the idea of saving more money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Any other member first time? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this one, I am against, and I just think anything that distributes less to LISRA is a bad move in this environment, because that's the account that backfills. So backfills our deficits. So I urge a no vote on this one. Thank you.
Any other member first time? First time. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering, is this to reinstate what was taken out earlier out of the budget? Because 314 in the budget book, all that's lined out, and then this is about half of what that was. So is that what we're doing? Or what we're looking to do is just reinstate? Thank you.
Any other member first time? Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, I reluctantly say this because I really appreciate all the things that the good former speaker brings, but I really agree probably with the good representative that's the CPA, and not that we've saved too much, but I think there's going to be a lot of need for this money. We don't know where all it might be needed. And I think I'm not sold on increasing these reserve accounts with this pot of money right now. And what I worry is that this will be the foreshadowing of where this will want to be put in the long term. And I don't agree with that policy. I just don't agree with that policy. So on and against.
Any other member first time? First time Representative Stith, first time.
Mr. Speaker, just to address the question from the good representative from District 34. So what we did a year ago in 2020 was to say that this 1% will get split half to the corpus of the permanent trust fund and half will go into the LISRA. That's what we did a year ago. The proposed budget bill, as it came out of the Joint Appropriations Committee, said, forget all that. This 1% severance tax is just going to go into that OPSTA account and then just sit there. There's no real designation in the current draft of what happens with it. So what this amendment does is say, well, instead of it just sitting in the OPSTA, had this $128 million, 2/3 of it is going to go into the permanent trust fund reserve account, not the corpus. And 1/3 will go into the common school permanent land fund reserve account. So so is that a good idea or not? It's just a policy choice. Just for informational purposes. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? First time. First time, seeing no one. Second time, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, so is that appropriation a set thing that we're just figuring out how to handle it? Or is this putting it back in, or that's my question. Thank you.
Any member for their second time? Additional members for their second time? Second time to the sponsor, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the good representative from Rock Springs explained it well. Right now, it's just going to sit there in an OPSTA account. And I just propose to split it up and let it sit in 2 other accounts. Still going to sit there. The difference is it guarantees our investment income longer. So your goldenrod gets rid of the paper deficit. This money is not currently going to flow to the LSRA. My friend from Casper, it's not going to flow there. And my good buddy from Casper as well, the 23 billion, I'm talking about the 12 billion of that. I'm not talking about highway funds or workers' comp or all those things that are constitutionally protected or other deals that we really don't even appropriate. I'm talking about these 2 big permanent funds of the state: common school account, active admission account, and the permanent mineral trust fund adopted into our Constitution. And really, and then the next amendment will increase that reserve amount. And then what we'd like to bring in another year of work with the CapFin group is to probably move all that inside the corpus with a constitutional amendment. And then this thing gets into the endowment model. That's the goal. And so I want to kind of start pushing this policy forward. But the money will just sit in, I think, a more productive account that will make our balance sheet look better. That's it, really. And so, and my good friend from Sublet, that's why I split 2/3, 1/3. About 50 million bucks a year. I should say about a third, it's a little lower now, about a third of all the severance ever collected in the state of Wyoming has been collected their school minerals. Now, we've got royalties off those, but not a dime of severance tax has gone to schools. And so I think we need to change that. And that's part of this. That's why, and how this all ends, but I think it starts that discussion. So I hope I answered all your questions. I'm looking at it. So anyway, I think it's a good amendment. We're going to have money sitting there that will actually help us with our balance sheet and trying to get out of this paper crisis. Some of our crisis is real. Some of it's paper. It's not real. And we'll be saved in the ninth inning again. And our people are going to go, geez, are you guys lying to me? Thought we had billions of dollars of deficit. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
Members, we're voting on second reading amendment number 20, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for consideration is 221. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I sent an email to you at 6:41. It has a very interesting picture, and I do appreciate your attention this late in the evening. This is where the rubber meets the road. If you didn't get it, anyway. So if I could title amendments to the budget, I would title this the I-80 Safety Study. You know, there is a lot of discussion about this agency, but unfortunately this agency isn't in the budget. So this is one approach that we have to bring the agency into the budget. What I'd like to point out in the amendment is Romanet little I. This is actually something that I've identified since I've been back to the body as a deficiency in the information that we have available to us. And you'll see it says that a count of traffic on Interstate 80, including information on in-state and out-of-state traffic counts. So why is that important, you ask? Well, let me tell you. If we're going to discuss bills like the toll, and we're going to discuss bills like the fuel tax, and we talk about Interstate 80 specifically has it sees 15% of all the nation's commercial traffic. It's the busiest road, obviously, in the state. It's very important. My understanding is that they could spend their whole budget on the maintenance of this one road alone, and it's no joke. It's very heavily used, and anybody that lives on it knows that and sees the implications of when it's closed down. You see the semis stacked up. And speaking of that, the email that I sent you has a very interesting picture, which goes to the other aspects of this bill. What we have is and this is another thing that I've identified in the last 5 years is since moving from Rock Springs to Green River, and living in Green River and my business being in Rock Springs, I drive that section of the road daily, sometimes multiple times a day. And, I've identified that there is a deficiency in our infrastructure, that you can take a service road all the way from Green River to Little America that is not Interstate 80. And you can take a service road all the way from Rock Springs to Point of Rocks. So that's 30 miles on either side of the two communities. And in between the two communities, there is no service road. So you'll see that picture. What happens is you have one vehicle from California or New York. I shouldn't mention states, but from one of those states that isn't comfortable driving on our roads, and they have an accident. What happens is that the road is not technically closed per se because they can't close it because the hospital's in Rock Springs and people live in Green River. So they can't technically close it, but it's barrier. There's a barrier there. It's physically you can't pass. A semi will lay over. So then you get, all the other problems associated with it, like that picture where you get an 18-wheeler that tries to take a dirt road and gets stuck. So what does that do? That takes our resources, our sheriff. Okay, they close the road down. The sheriff's out there. Sheriff's out on the road, and unfortunately, you see the sheriff digging them out. So because the tow trucks, so it's just very interesting. I think that there are some things that need to be done. We talk about improving this road, improving the infrastructure of our nation and our state. This is key to that. This is very key to that. And so I would stand for any questions, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Go with Chairman or Vice Chairman Larson and then Representative Simpson. Thank you.
So members of the body, in particularly new members, when we do the budget bill, one of the things that we've always been cautioned about is that we don't legislate in the budget bill, meaning that we don't try and put things in there that aren't related to the budget. And there's been a number of us guilty of such actions, and we've all carried away hand slapping from doing that. And this is, if you look at this, this is asking for a study, probably a worthy endeavor, but it just doesn't belong in the budget bill. And it makes LSO uncomfortable. And so if you look at our budget bill this year, and particularly the section 300s, where in days gone by, we've had some we know that we've had some stuff. We've really cleaned that up, and we really try to avoid doing that type of legislation. So for that, I would ask you to vote against the bill because it really doesn't have anything to do with the budget.
Representative Simpson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've looked over this amendment, I would like to add a few comments to you. First of all, we're asking a department to do a potentially very, very large task, and it's an unfunded request. They could certainly do it inside. In fact, I would guess that they probably have a lot of this data already at their fingertips. I'm a little concerned that this is a local problem for Sweetwater County. I would have liked to have seen some mile markers in there to have quantified the study. The study all the way from Utah to Nebraska would be an exhaustive evaluation. It just seems to me like we're going about this the wrong way. We have a director here of the Transportation Department that's very responsive to legislators. I would suggest that we should set up some meetings and see if we can do some analysis. I'm the liaison with YDOT, and I am more than happy to arrange those kinds of meetings and see if we can just do something without legislating it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, I agree with one of the former previous speakers that this is legislating in the budget. Additionally, the department has this information already. They gave a presentation in a committee meeting early this week to the other body where they indicated all of these numbers, how many miles are driven, the percentage on the interstate, the number of trucks, the number of cars, in-state, out-of-state. They have this data. And I don't see telling them to redo everything just to get it again. In fact, I think I have it in my computer somewhere, all of that. So really not necessary. And additionally, while the photo of the truck sitting in the ditch was interesting, so was the photo here last summer of the truck sitting in the middle of the North Platte River. And I don't see us studying if we need boats for the semis or barges to get them across the river. They just need to be able to stay on the highway. So on and against the amendment, this is just a duplicate of stuff they already have. Legislating in the budget, the data is readily available if you ask for it.
Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year in the budget session, I had a bill that the governor thought had a policy in it rather than a budget issue. And he vetoed that bill. So I think that's the probability. That's what would happen to this bill. if it does go through. So I would suggest that you would set this up in a bill, or maybe the Senate already has a bill. And I think it's an excellent subject because the highway Interstate 80 is going to bankrupt the state if we don't do something about it. But I don't know that this is the way to do it. So I'd recommend that you would reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's just be cautious about what another body or another entity may do with official actions when we're testifying on the floor or debating on the floor. Any other member first time? Member first time. Member first time, second time, any member to the sponsor, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the discussion. It is a very valid discussion. As it was brought up, the interstate's going to be a continued discussion and burden on our state and on our tax structure. So just to respond to a couple things quickly, I point out little Romanet little 1 because I've asked for the information and they've identified that they do not delineate between in-state and out-of-state traffic. They delineate between commercial and the passenger traffic, but they do not delineate between the in-state and out-of-state traffic. And I think that's a very critical number for us to have moving forward. Secondly, general fund. Okay, this agency again is not general fund. It's not dependent upon the general fund. This is really, you know, a way for us to provide oversight. Again, I'll work with the agency, and some of these information is readily available, but I'd like to see it as the amendment request as a report in whole. Okay, so the other thing too, and just talk about the commission briefly. You know, maybe we could study moving forward, and I know that we don't want to put politics on our road building, but this is a commission of 7 people. The budget is, you know, about $750 million a year. So, and they have oversight of that. And so we give them a lot of latitude, and sometimes, you know, we have to bring issues to the surface. People elect us. None of the commissioners are probably really aware that there isn't an alternate route between the 2 communities. The hospital's in one, I live in the other. Box stores are in one, the VA's in one, the food initiative is in one. Some people are scared to get on this road and go between the 2 communities. We have seniors that are scared. So again, I really think this is a valid amendment, and I appreciate your support.
Members, we are voting on second reading amendment number 21, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has failed to pass. Next amendment for your consideration is 22. Chairman Harshman.
Okay, is this the last one, Mr. Speaker?
Chairman Harshman, it is not the last one.
Oh, okay, very good. Makes me feel better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to withdraw it.
No, this is a good. Ooh.
And so do the rest of the members want to withdraw theirs, and then it would be the last one.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading amendment number 22. And members, you're going to really like this. And really what we're trying to do is advance some of this policy. And this, if you would take a look at your amendment on line 14, just circle up permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, just circle that. Then you go down to line 31 where it says 150%, circle that. That's the current. And then go to page 2, right at the top, line 1, circle 225%. And then if you go to line 6 and F, Common School Permanent Fund Reserve Account, circle that. And then you go down to line 21 where it says 150%, circle that. And then, Mr. Speaker, down to line 25 where it says 225% the spending policy amount. Okay, so this is the amount of the reserve that I talked about of this paper deficit. And the bigger this reserve account, as I mentioned, Utah has like times 12, we're times 2. And we need to start growing these accounts. It's another way to keep tips from going in the permanent fund, you might say, but it's also a key then to guarantee our investment income, which is only profiled, Craig only profiles on dividends and interest, which is 2.64%. So after year 3, you see us have a deficit. 20% of our revenue shows a deficit. So that's all I'm trying to do with this policy is, and then eventually, members, with 2/3 support and lots of talk about this with our people, we'd like to kind of follow that Utah model and Alaska, New Mexico, and move this reserve account into the permanent fund and be a sub account in there and get our money working harder and smarter. And imagine if we could gain just 1% more. Geez, 120 million plus a year. And so I think we got to do all these things before we start talking about cuts or taxes. And so that's all. This one does no harm. It just keeps any tips and it starts us down that road of that policy. And there's bills out there to do this as well coming towards us. Stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any members for their first time? First time, seeing none. Oh, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I don't mind raising the percentage on the tip, but in this short period of time, without your last amendment, without a former amendment passing and no money to put into this, I need to know why you want to raise the percentage of the tip, because it just naturally, I don't think will occur with our current revenue stream. So our investment earnings. So fill me in on why this is important now without the last amendment.
Thank you. Representative Obermuller.
On and in favor of this amendment, it does have the effect of not putting money back into the permanent account and keeps the money out of there. It comes out of the permanent fund as income, and the Constitution provides for that all income will be distributed out of the permanent mineral trust fund. But these tips end up putting it back in when we can't afford to do that. We need to keep the money out. This helps do that. So on and in favor. Thank you.
Any other member first time? Members for your first time, we're on Amendment 22. First time. Second time to the sponsor, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had one question from the good majority floor leader. And the answer I think is simple. Why would we want to do this? Because we don't think it's going to happen anyway. And I would just say, because you never know what's going to happen on third reading. And there's other bills out there. And this is to future proof and get a good policy in place. And so I really appreciate that question and appreciate your aye vote. And I know I've been Timex watch taking a licking, but I'm still ticking. So appreciate your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. We are voting on second reading, Amendment number 22, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. This is not a budget, a dollar change, so we need a solid, still standing vote. Thank you. All those opposed, half of 40. My apologies to the body, but up here it sounded like it was a pretty even match. It sounded pretty close to 225% on both sides. The amendment 22 has been adopted. Next amendment for consideration is 23. Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading Amendment 23 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. No easy way of saying this. Need $10 million out of the LSRA to continue our endeavors for our carbon capture, sequestration, utilization. Folks, we've come quite a ways with our research. We have had investments matching dollars to the School of Energy Resources. If you recall last year, we parked some funds there. We got 45-1, 12-1 matches out of DOE grants. What we're looking at with this is to still have a pot of funds available for those matching funds, but not to have them with SER. It's now time to use the Wyoming Energy Authority at that one point of target because it's now time to start scaling up. From phase 3, going to be completing phase 3 of the Carbon Safe project. You know, we've got some takers with the ITC, but I think what's more exciting is what we're seeing is with the private industry that's looking around and the two different basic types of some that have already been put in place technology for carbon capture. Wyoming has slowly inched its way out into the lead. We look at the prior administration had a goal to build 5 of these facilities to help get the costs down to be economical so we could use them for all the discussions we've had last 2 minerals meetings. And guess what? This new administration understands the same need. They're just not talking a lot about it, but it's a good thing. Carbon capture is one of those things that we can say that we are providing clean energy. We're meeting the needs of our customers. And yet we're continuing to use a very good resource here in Wyoming. I don't think I need to go on much more. We know what that resource means for the way of life for our citizens, and I'll be quiet. It's been a long day. For the children.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Member for their first time, Amendment 23. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. I just believe this is the way we have to go. I wished we didn't have to invest in carbon capture, but the way this war on coal is going, I think this is what we've got to do as a state if we're going to save ourselves. This industry, the coal industry, has carried us a long ways, and it can carry us further, but we've got to make these decisions to invest in making it work in this environment of the war on coal. And with that, I'm on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I too am in favor of this amendment and really the great work of the minerals, our minerals committee in the last hours and hours of testimony they've taken. And it just so happens that there was an article in today's statewide newspaper. Yes, a newspaper that still exists, but statewide. So that the Federal Department of Energy reviving a loan program, the new pick for the Secretary of Energy. It's a $40 billion possibility here. And interestingly enough, like projects to capture and store carbon dioxide emissions. And that's exactly what we're talking about is CCUS. And our coal is perfectly matched. We just have to get there, and there will still be a market. So I really urge you to vote in favor of this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members, Chairman? Any other members? Any other members first time? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm all for coal. I've worked on a lot of coal things, and I have a question though. I mean, why wouldn't you do this out of a pay for? I mean, I'm pretty sure I remember when the speaker brought this amendment. I think it was 2-3 years ago, and you know, I don't know the nature each time we've done this, the tranches, the grants, and I'm sure there's a lot of great work. But I mean, what is the reason? I'd ask the drafter respectfully why you're not doing a pay for in this environment, this budget environment we're in. But I want to be clear, I'm all for coal. Thank you.
Any other member first time? Representative Hallinan, then Heiner. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have to say that now I'm in favor of borrowing from LSRA to do this. I think it's a good idea. We have a lot to gain. If this should work out, we don't really know whether it will work out or not. but I think it's worth a chance because Wyoming has been so dependent on this industry, and it's going to continue to be. I don't think we can support our population if we don't have some coal in our future. So I think it's a worthwhile investment, and I urge your support for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Heiner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have gotten in the habit here today of a lot of no's, as you may have noticed, but I'm going to vote in favor of this one because I see it as a viable technology and a future lifeline for our coal industry. This not only helps to remove the carbon dioxide issue, the carbon capture, but it also reduces the haze problem that the EPA has been tagging us with these coal plants. So it not only cleans up carbon, but also haze. It's a viable technology. I think it will bring a lifeline to our coal power plants. And I'm going to vote aye for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Let's just also caution ourselves to not refer to federal agencies and other things by formal names. Representative Fortner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm against this personally. The only coal carbon capture plant they've had in the United States, it just shut down about 5 months ago because it wasn't functional. I believe if it was a possibility of making things work, industry would be doing it. We shouldn't have to be doing it. That's my opinion on it. We've not seen industry put the foot first in this game. They didn't want nothing to do with it until we passed legislation last year. I think it was pretty much asking to increase ratepayers' bills so that they could do it at some of the power plants. I think we should wait for them to go ahead and pick up the ball and carry it before we carry it any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to say I'm on and in favor, especially now that we're looking at more and more all of the above energy policy, and the entrepreneur who has really good ideas for new vehicles is also offering some good money for the best idea in this field. On and for. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. Appreciate the bringer, Chairman of Minerals. You got to think, first of all, what built the LSRA was coal out of the Powder River Basin. I mean, we had an explosion of boom. Then we had all this coal lease bonus money coming in, and we saved. That's what's built it. So we're going to take a little of that investment. And then I think there's always this thing about, and I heard, and we all know this, government policies pick winners and losers. Wyoming was a massive winner with the Clean Air Act, crushed Appalachia. And our Powder River Basin coal, and Governor Hathaway flew around, yes, and recruited those coal companies away from Montana because their coal has less overburden and it's changed the state. It's amazing. And, we only use about 8% of our coal. We export the other 92%, but I think we have to demonstrate it here, and we can demonstrate it in Texas, and we can demonstrate it in other places. And then there's the other tertiary values, all these things of oil production, all this. But we got to get in the game because there are serious federal subsidies for this. And I think the hydrogen issue we're going to continue to talk about. It's going to be huge. It's going to be enormous, and we got to get in this for Wyoming's real future. And so let's keep fighting, keep working. So appreciate the amendment. On and for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time. First time, second time before the sponsor, to the sponsor, Chairman Greer.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to speak again, but I was asked a question, and the reason I didn't do it pay for is just as the former speaker said, is my belief is that the LSRA that has been built up is part of those funds that we need to look for to invest in Wyoming and to have that vision and that future and not just hold on to it and hunker down and hope for the best. This is a way to drive that initiative. And it's one of those things I just feel that that is appropriate. And given the fact that we've dealt with some other issues with our constituents today, I feel much more comfortable with this. Just trying to look forward. You know, the comment was made and I wanted to address it regarding the facility that had just recently closed. It was one of the first ones, the first one in the United States. And it's true, it did shut down. For those, well, I guess for the rest of the body, there's 7 key factors as to why that had shut down that don't exist in Wyoming. And one of the primary ones was the simple fact that they were piping. I've been to that facility. I visited. They had a 40-mile pipeline to go to an old oil field. Where we look at some of the facilities that we have in Wyoming, they're within reach of three or four oil fields within 12 miles. And that's the one up North Campbell County. If we were to do something in Natrona, Converse County, I don't know how many fields there are there, but I think there's a few given the activity that's there. Additionally, when you look at what has worked forward with these grants, you have to be able to start sequester, improve 50 million metric tons or 50,000 metric tons a day. Once you can prove that you have the formations to do that, that's already been done. It's already been done 3 miles from the newest power plant in the United States. Okay. That then puts us in a lead to move with this. And so then you get down to the question, and it's always a good question, is why is the industry doing this? For the very same reason that the federal government subsidizes the building of the railroads. You want expansion, you want vision, you want growth. Okay. You have to band together as a group of people. Okay. We all complain about the federal tax cuts for wind energy. They're there. That's how they got stood up. We've complained about it for years. Complain about it didn't do any good. So this is our opportunity to take and encourage this type of development, because we now have 2 diametrically opposed administrations understand this is the future, and the future of this is in Wyoming. So hopefully I've answered some of those questions, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on Amendment 23, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Does require a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. Obermuller. Obermuller, aye. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stibar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter.
Yin, Zawannetzer, Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Western, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 48 aye, 12 no.
By your vote, you have approved. Second reading amendment number 23. Next amendment for consideration is Amendment 40, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 40 to House Bill 1 and ask for favorable consideration. So this is a chance here. We're finishing up here in the last two amendments to finish strong. We had one to start strong and about 10 hours ago. And, you know, I don't think we've had a single reduction in this budget yet. I could be wrong about that, but I do not think we've had one. And so this is a reduction that is off the efficiency study. One of the things they recommended in that efficiency study was a consolidation of HR. So all these agencies have their own HR departments, and it's very inefficient. So the efficiency study said we'll consolidate all of them. And so the governor signed an executive order saying, let's get this done in the mid last year. And just a week and a half ago, all the agencies, the HR department started reporting to ANI. Okay, so all those positions were moved to ANI. There's a B11 request on that, but the efficiency hasn't been realized. I mean, the whole idea of, it's kind of like a government operation. The whole idea of moving them into one agency is that there's efficiencies and you're going to have scale, and that means less people. So they haven't had a reduction yet, even though they've centralized all these positions. So what the amendment does is it effectuates a 20% reduction with those centralized positions that were centralized March 1 and realizes those $1.26 million in savings for the general fund. That's the amendment. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Chairman Wilson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting a little bit late here, and perhaps I'm not remembering correctly. Two questions. One is that it talks about I'm looking at line 21 as that they will report on any positions eliminated results of the consolidation and whatnot through the B11 process. My recollection is that the B11 process is for non-general fund sources. So I guess the question is this because it's considered internal revenue that we're charging out the HR to the agencies? I just want to make sure that we have our citations correct there. The other question is, I mean, if as the bringer said that this just actually occurred really recently, it seems wildly implausible to me that there would be a 20% reduction of HR personnel and activity by June 30th. I mean, it seems to me, is that number just based on the hypothetical idea of the efficiency study? I mean, what documentation do we have that other than a consultant's opinion that this would result in 20% reduction? I mean, it just seems very hypothetical to me. Thank you. So the two questions.
Thank you. Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on and against the amendment. First of all, this consolidation has not finished yet. It will probably be finished in late April. So they're still in the process of transferring the personnel, moving from the various agencies to this single entity. And so they have no idea how much or if this will save money. They believe it will, and they're good. And the good director of ANI is working her best to make this quickly. The fact is that to have this done for all agencies and have it done within 8 months is actually quite a significant task if you think of all of the processes to get this accomplished. And she's pretty excited about it. When you speak with the director, she really thinks there's going to be a savings. But what this amendment does, it says you will have a 20% savings. And if you don't, doesn't matter. You're going to have to pay this money back to the general fund. And I would just respectfully suggest that that's not how you go about the operations of government. We'll find out what those savings are, and hopefully if it run efficiently, and there will be savings. And we'll get a report from A&I once this happens, and we'll find out what is being saved or not being saved, and whether or not we need to tweak it to make it so that it does save money. But it's just premature, and it's just a directive with no really logical premises. So on and against.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment. A lot of the services that this department does is duplicate of a lot of your boards and commissions. Some of the savings that they reported are actually not truly savings. There's a lot of self-funded boards and commissions, and this department actually reported some of those self-funded boards and commissions as their savings. So a lot of these boards, they do their own work. And so some of these consolidated jobs and things weren't necessary because they were already doing their work. So I think that this isn't necessary. So I think I'm on and for this. I think it's great. And yeah, I'm excited.
Any other member for their first time? First time. Member for their first time, member for their second time. Second time before the sponsor. To the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I think this is really important because if you don't put it in the budget, it's basically up to the agency what they think they can reduce off this efficiency. And I would pose to you that I would suspect the number is going to be relatively low. And once they make that decision, it will be very difficult to reverse it on the floor. I think it's very reasonable to say that now they've centralized all of the HR individuals into one area, that they can achieve a 20% efficiency. And if they can't do that, then why on earth are we doing it? And I just think that this is a pretty easy reduction and is in line with the efficiency study. And if we can't achieve this one, then probably the whole effort is not going to work, because then we don't have the wherewithal or the robust attitude to actually follow through. Once you achieve scale and centralize everybody, you don't have the follow through to actually achieve a reduction, which would be sad. So let's vote aye on this and achieve that $1.2 million reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We are voting on second reading amendment number 40, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed? I'm going to guess more than 22. Thank you very much. The amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment for our consideration is 41, second reading amendment number 41, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I want to work on this one for third reading, so I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 41 to House Bill 1.
Thank you. Success. Representative Connolly, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. Thank you for that. Members, members, there is a corrected copy to the budget amendment 42, so please update your website, update your screen. It will not be the one you have physically in your copy, but I haven't had time to review it to see what the difference is. Madam Minority Floor Leader, please proceed. 42.
Mr. Speaker, I have charts and graphs and what an explanation of the LISRA, but I will respectfully withdraw this amendment at this point.
Members, House Bill 1, having been read 2 separate times and amended, and amended. House Bill 2 has, and having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection is so ordered. Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Take us in the committee of the whole.
Mr. Speaker, I
Mis-
move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 11th day of March, 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Floor, would you kind of line out what tomorrow looks like from the Majority Floor Leader perspective, please, for the members?
So tomorrow we'll start out in Committee of the Whole with House Bill 170.
Just a moment. We do have third reading, and then we'll go to Committee of the Whole.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we'll have third reading.
Second.
And then in Committee of the Whole, we'll start with the Education Bill 173, and we'll debate that. And then if we'll go on to 174. If we get through that, which I suspect we will, then we'll just start moving down the line of the Committee of the Whole list, which would be just the same Committee of the Whole list that you see now. So that's kind of where we'll be.
Thank you. Committee announcements. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 2 will meet at noon recess to hear House Bill 171 and 197.
Thank you. Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be an informational meeting with the joint TRW committees at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in W006 to get an update on the zebra mussel outbreak.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 8, Transportation, will meet tomorrow on noon recess to consider 3 bills, House Bill 241, House Bill 228, and Senate File 89.
Thank you. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1, Judiciary, will meet tomorrow upon noon recess to hear House Bill 218, Bias Motivated Crime, in the East Room number 1 of the Capitol Extension.
Thank you. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5 will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to work Senate File 25.
Thank you. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just seeing if anybody was left in the gallery. It looks like we outworked them. Hardest working house in America. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, will meet tomorrow morning, Thursday, March 11th at 7:45 a.m. in Capitol Extension Room East 3 and online. A continuation of House Bill 128, County Option Real Estate Transfer Tax, and hearing on House Bill 189, Mine Product Taxes for Natural Gas Consumed on Site. House Bill 181, Specific Purpose Excise Tax Revisions. House Bill 168, Sales and Use Tax Application, and House Joint Resolution 9, Local Government Investment and Equities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Any further announcements? So members, I'm going to make a friendly suggestion for those of you who may be thinking of traveling Friday. Take a look at the weather. Take a look at the weather. 36 inches, just not too far north of here. So we're going to monitor closely. I'm working with our Senate colleague, my Senate counterpart, and the director to make sure that we don't get people stranded one place or the other. That the weekend is looking to be a pretty significant storm in southeast Wyoming. So just keep that in mind as we're doing. Second reminder is tomorrow at 5 p.m. your third reading budget amendments are due. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. they are due, and recall that they need to be approved 2 hours before convening time on Friday. And the important thing about that is we may have an earlier convening time on Friday unless you want to go to Friday at 9 o'clock. So keep that in mind for that. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, further announcements.
Mr. Speaker, just just real quickly, and I think you just mentioned it, there's a big storm coming in. Did you mention that?
Yep.
And so just thinking about how many budget amendments you want on Friday and how late you want to get out of here or whether you want to go home.
Most important, let's be safe. Let's just be safe. With that, you've heard the majority floor leader's motion that we adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, March 11th for the 18th day of the 66th Wyoming House of Representatives convening. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. March 11th. Good work, members.